of May 7th, 2024. And if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. So with that, I'll move to roll call, city clerk's report, and statement of conflict.
Good evening, Mayor Toms.
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Now note for the record that Councilmember Murphy has not yet arrived. Interim City Manager Gang.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Mayor, the agenda was posted on Friday, May 3rd at 3 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting and distributed to council and staff, posted to the website, and are available to view in the back of the chambers. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda tonight? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to closed session. And item 4A is conference with labor negotiators. And this is per Government Code 54957.6. Agency designated representatives is Greg Ramirez with IEDA. The employee organization is Management Compensation Plan, MCP. And item 4B is, again, conference with labor negotiators. Again, Government Code 54957.6. Agency designated representatives are the interim city manager, Neil Gang, Human Resources Director, Stacy Schell, and Greg Ramirez of IEDA. And the employee organization is AFSCME. And before we go into closed session, citizens may address the council regarding closed session items. Are there any public speakers?
No, there are no public comments.
Okay, with that, we will go into closed session. Thank you. Okay, welcome. We've been in closed session and there is no reportable action from closed session. So we're going to move to citizens to be heard. This is item number 6 on the agenda. Citizens may speak under any item not listed on the agenda. The time limit is 3 minutes and is subject to modification by the mayor. Individuals may not share or offer time to another speaker, and pursuant to provisions of the Ralph M. Brown Act, no action may be taken on a matter unless it is listed on the agenda, or unless certain emergency or special circumstances exist. And the city council may direct staff to investigate and/or schedule certain matters for consideration at a future council meeting. And I just realized I neglected to make one announcement, so I'm going to hold that for one moment. I do want to announce at this time that there will be a special meeting that was noticed for 6 p.m. for a public hearing on one item, and that item is the urgency ordinance extending a temporary moratorium on the establishment of new service stations or expansion of existing service stations. We will conduct that public hearing immediately following the adjournment of this current meeting. And you will also note that agenda item 9G, which is the same item, will be heard at that time. So we will not take up the consent item 9G. We will take that up later under special meeting. So I will come back to citizens to be heard.
Mayor, just real quick, I
Yes.
just wanted to let the public know that I was here at 5:05 during closed session, just so.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so are there any citizens to be heard?
Yes, Mayor, we have one in chambers, Rafael Menace.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And today, I'm sorry to inform you that the CDC is no longer requiring hospitals to report COVID data. Apparently, they're shifting over to a voluntary reporting system, and they'll have new data available after May 10th. So I'm not sure whether I'll be able to continue giving you this information in the future, but for now, based on the last mandatory information, the new COVID-19 hospitalization rate in Contra Costa County up until May 3rd, I think it was 2.4 per 100,000, which is quite a bit lower than it was the last time we spoke, when I think it was closer to 6. So still making progress, but there is still some level of COVID-19 present in Contra Costa County. That's all. Thank you.
And Mayor, we also have Irma report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. And very good news. We're open house at the Fire Station 74 Saturday from 10 to 2, Pinole Valley Road. And it's Saturday, May 11th, not Mother's Day, May 11th, so make sure you're there. What the firefighters are going to be doing is preseason wildfire preparedness. It's a 1-year anniversary for them and for us too. It's a partnership that was developed last year and was passed, and we opened the station 74, and it's a partnership. So I just want to make sure that everybody bring their children, their family, their friends and residents, and let's make it a good, showing like it was last year. It was overwhelming, and to show appreciation to our firefighters. So please be there, 10 to 2, Saturday, Station 74 on Pinole Valley Road. And one of the things that they will be talking about is there's going to be a town hall meeting in the morning at 10 o'clock. You can ask any of your questions, any concerns that you have. And I just want to make sure that we have a good turnout out there. Please show up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No, there are no more public comments.
Okay, so we'll move to recognitions, presentations, and community events. And first on the agenda is the 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. And let me get to that page. Okay. So the 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week is May 5th to the 11th, 2024, whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants, and
Whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk provides a professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and
Whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and
Whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerks through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And
Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk.
now therefore I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, proudly recognize the week of May 5th to the 11th, 2024, as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our Professional Municipal Clerk, Heather Bell, Professional Municipal Deputy City Clerk Roxanne Stone, and Administrative Assistant Olivia Rojo, and all professional municipal clerks for their vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the community they represent. So if you will both join us, the council, up here.
All right.
All right, next on the agenda is Public Service Recognition Week. And this is May 6th to the 10th, 2024. Whereas Americans served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels, these individuals do the work that keeps our nation working, and across our nation, public employees take not only positions, but oaths. And whereas Public Service Recognition Week is a time set aside each year to honor all individuals who serve our nation as federal, state, county, and local government employees, and
whereas many public servants risk their lives each day in service to the people of our communities, as well as operate our public facilities and provide the diverse services desired by the American people with integrity and efficiency. And whereas public servants provide the institutional knowledge, experience, and continuity that supports the long-term sustainability of our community assets and organizational history. And
whereas here in our city, our staff promotes and sustains the high quality of life in Pinole, and in partnership with our community, delivers cost-effective services in a personal, responsive, and innovative manner. And
whereas the City of Pinole has 99 dedicated regular employees, of which 24% have over 1 decade of continuous service to our community, And of those employees, 42% have over 2 decades of continuous service to our community. And
Whereas in 2023, the following City of Pinole employees celebrated milestone years of service: Roxanne Stone, 5 years; Eugene Liu, 10 years; Caroline Powell, 5 years; Neil Gang, 10 years; Jason Dean, 5 years; Maria Echeverria, 10 years; Nathaniel Bull Lewis, 5 years; Barry Duggan, 10 years; Christina Santoyo, 5 years; Kyle Breckenridge, 10 years; Shuang Su, 5 years; Stephen Lightfoot, 15 years.
Now therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 6th, 2024 to May 10th, 2024 is Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of the government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city, and especially our City of Pinole employees.
Yeah.
So, we have a proclamation, and we would like to get a picture with the council of staff with us. Yes. Let's see if we can get Raphael.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm not thinking. And our new staff, too.
Circle around the mayor.
Thank you.
We're honoring staff tonight. So the next one is Affordable Housing Month. That's May 2024. Whereas quality, affordable homes are vital to a healthy, safe, and racially just communities. And whereas East Bay Housing Organizations proudly commemorates its 40th anniversary, it continues to champion affordable housing in the East Bay, fostering a racially and economically just community for all. And
Whereas even before current high inflation rates, increasing housing costs led longtime residents to be displaced, live in overcrowded homes, or experience homelessness, threatening our region's racial diversity and economic opportunity. And whereas stable, affordable homes are a solution to homelessness and support seniors, families, youth, veterans, people with disabilities or special needs, and our whole community. And
whereas the upcoming November 2024 ballot presents a unique opportunity to vote on a regional bond that will generate upwards of 10 to 20 billion dollars for the creation of affordable housing and homelessness solutions across the 9 counties, signaling the importance of unity among our communities. And
whereas this general obligation bond would build and preserve tens of thousands of new affordable homes, house hundreds of thousands of our neighbors, and generate tens of thousands of jobs. And
whereas local housing organizations are continuing to recognize May as Bay Area Affordable Housing Month because regional action to a growing regional housing crisis is a central part of recovery from the pandemic and the work to ensure that everyone has an affordable and stable home. And whereas East Bay Housing Organizations has organized Affordable Housing Week for 28 years, acknowledging the need for and benefits of affordable homes.
Now therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Affordable Housing Month in the City of Pinole, where we continue to work to support affordable and stable housing at the local, regional, state, and federal levels. And I would like to invite our Community Development Director, Lily Whalen, who just recently completed the housing element for the City of Pinole. So.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and the entire council for this recognition. I'd like to put a plug in for the recent news that came down from the state announcing Pinole as a pro-housing designated community. We're one of 47 only in the entire state of California. Very proud of that. Also, thank you. I'm also very proud of the work that the council and the community has done with Saha, the affordable housing developer, who's developing 33 units of affordable housing for veterans at on San Pablo. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'd like to recognize staff of the Community Development Department, including building inspection staff that have been working on the construction, working with the contractors on several of the housing projects that we have here in Pinole. So the next item is Police Officer Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day. And that is May 13th to the 19th is Police Officer Week, and Peace Officers Memorial Day is May 15th, 2024. Whereas approximately 900,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including our current 30 sworn members of the Pinole Police Department, and
Whereas in a resolution approved by the United States Congress in 1962, the President is authorized and requested to issue proclamations designating May 15th of each year as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of federal, state, and municipal officers who have been killed or disabled in the line of duty, and designating in each year the calendar week during which May 15 occurs as Police Week. And
whereas the members of the Pinole Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the residents of the City of Pinole, and
whereas 3 Pinole peace officers, Constable Arthur McDonald, Officer John M. Sellers, and Officer Floyd H. Swartz made the ultimate sacrifice, their lives, to protect the citizens of our city, and
Whereas it is important that all residents know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people of our city by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation.
now therefore I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, call upon all citizens of the City of Pinole and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 13th to the 19th as Police Week, commemorating law enforcement officers in our community and across the nation, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities. I further call upon citizens of the City of Pinole to observe May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of those law enforcement officers who through their courageous deeds have made the ultimate sacrifice to their community and have been disabled in the performance of duty. Let us also recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. So with that, I would like to invite the council and the members of the police department and chief to come forward for a photo.
Better and better. Knocking them down.
All right, thank you. Next, we have a presentation, and that's for Townsend Public Affairs regarding the grants work.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city staff, and members of the public. Joining us here tonight is Alex Gibbs of Townsend Public Affairs, and he is in the council chambers to give this presentation. He will present to you the work that Townsend Public Affairs is doing for the city of Pinole, or assisting us with in terms of identifying grant opportunities, and also applying for applications and assisting with the management of grants. So I will turn the presentation over to Alex.
Thank you, Director Guillory.
You hear me okay? All right, thank you very much. Madam Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, my name is Alex Gibbs. I am the Grants Director at Townsend Public Affairs. We've been brought on board with the city to provide grant consultation services, grant writing, submission, and grant advocacy for the city. Tonight I have a brief presentation on our firm, who we are, a little bit about myself. This is the first time I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of people in person. I see a lot of familiar faces here on staff, so it's a great opportunity to make it down to the city. I will also be updating you on our efforts that we've recently submitted grant applications, the other work that we've been doing, and some upcoming applications as well. And then I'm happy to answer any of your questions throughout that process. So with that, I'll kick it off with just a little bit of information about Townsend Public Affairs. We are a grant, and that'll be slide 2. We are a grant writing and lobbying firm with offices in both Washington, D.C. and Sacramento. I'm based out of our Sacramento office. We do provide federal advocacy, state advocacy, as well as grant writing services. We recently surpassed the $3 billion mark in terms of competitive funding for our clients. That's both through appropriations and through competitive grants. So I hope to soon see Pinole up there with your share of $3 billion. Moving forward to slide 3, just a little bit more about our firm. We do perform legislative advocacy as well. That was a little bit of my background, but I've been doing competitive grant writing for the last 10 years or so, and that is obviously what we're focusing on tonight. Moving forward to slide 4, we do have a team of 17 grant writers and registered lobbyists within our firm. We utilize different subject matter experts as necessary and bring them in when appropriate to ensure that you are receiving the highest level of quality. Every member of our team is a subject matter expert in a different field. I am our public safety, natural resources, community development expert, but we certainly have folks who are transportation, water, et cetera, all of the different facets that a municipality would need. I don't claim to be an expert in all of those fields. I can answer a lot of the questions, but I certainly lean on our dedicated team to ensure that you are receiving expert consulting regardless of subject matter. Moving forward to slide 5, just a little bit more about myself. Prior to working at Townsend Public Affairs, I worked for the California State Senate. I provided legislative consulting to a member of the Senate, moved over about 10 years ago, and have since been doing grant writing for public agencies, cities, municipalities, and counties for over a decade now. I'm very proud to say in my tenure at Townsend Public Affairs, I've secured over $200 million in competitive grant funds on behalf of cities and counties in California. Once again, my policy expertise experts are parks and recreation, local governance, public safety, emergency operations funding. We can skip forward to slide 9, but the next couple of slides are just a little bit more about our team. I just really wanted you to see that we do utilize that team approach. So it's not just me that you're getting when you work with Townsend Public Affairs. It really is a team of dedicated individuals. But moving forward to slide 9, just a little bit more about how we typically operate. We work closely with your departments to craft a strategic funding plan based on your needs. We're in the process of still meeting with all of your staff to learn about the various needs and priority projects for the city. That gets educated and put into your monthly grant memos, which is going to be coming up here in just a moment. We identify, research, and monitor funding opportunities on your behalf. So I know staff wear a lot of different hats. As you've honored them this evening, you can see that they do a lot in their day-to-day roles, and grant writing and grant advocacy management is just another one of those things that gets added to their plate. I can tell you, coming from the state senate, that nobody really sets out to be a grant writer or to be a grant expert. More often than not, you fall into it just as funding needs require. So a lot of what our job is to make life a little bit easier for your staff. They do a really good job at writing grants, securing grant funding, but it can be a full-time job. So that's really what we're here to do is to be that release valve and hopefully demystify some of those confusing federal and state processes for everybody. 3, actual grant applications, submittal, development. I'll talk a little bit more about this for the other grants that we wrote, but I had the privilege of staying up till midnight last night to submit a grant on behalf of the city at 12:01 a.m. Because that was when the submittal portal was opening. So that was fun. But we did manage to get that submitted on behalf of the city. I do have a 2-month-old, so there is a strong possibility that I was already going to be awake at midnight. But it was a good use of my time anyway. And then finally, number 4, comprehensive follow-up in the event that you're successful, assisting with grant administration, reporting as needed in the event that you're unsuccessful, certainly following up, doing a debrief with the appropriate state agency, learning how we can make those grants stronger, more competitive for future solicitations. Moving to slide 10, a little bit about our policy and protocol. We work very closely with your finance director, Marquisha, who introduced me. She's been fantastic to work with and has really allowed us to communicate directly with staff and facilitated a lot of our interactions and communications. Just on this is a snapshot of what our monthly memos look like. They go out the first week of the month to your department so they can see what competitive funding opportunities are available for them to apply to. We also hold a monthly grant phone call that we utilize the monthly memo as sort of an agenda for various departments to go through to make sure that all of your departments are on the same page. They understand what everybody is working on. We understand deadlines that are coming up so that funding opportunities aren't being missed. If there's collaboration for potential funding opportunities, it's a great opportunity to have everybody in the room at the same time. We try to limit it to 45 minutes or less because we know everybody's extremely busy. But I find that that is a really crucial tool and really a best practice for municipalities who are striving to secure grant funding. Moving forward to the other facet of what we do on your behalf is assisting with the federal and state appropriations process. This used to be called earmarks. It's also called community project funding requests. I think there's another acronym in there. There's a lot of different things that people call it. There's also things people call it behind closed doors, but I won't get into that. We submitted on your behalf and working in close conjunction with your staff 3 different projects to your Congress member, Garamendi. We submitted for the Pinole Community Hub project, which is located at your senior center, the Pinole Creekside Park project, which I struggled to find a photo of online, so I hope that that is accurate, and the Pinole Fernandez Park project, which is a rehabilitation project for that park. A little bit more on the timeline for that process. Congressmember Garamendi's office provided a very quick turnaround when the House gave guidance to congressional members on what they needed to do. I believe we had a turnaround time of roughly a week. Your staff was fantastic in soliciting letters of support prior to that deadline, as we knew it was going to be coming up. But from the time the portal was open to the time that we had to click submit on your applications, I want to say it was less than 5 business days. It was a really fast turnaround. Congressmember Garamendi has till this Friday to submit his project requests to the House committees. Every member of Congress is permitted about 15 requests that they can make on behalf of their district. Those will be submitted to the House committee this Friday. The following Friday, they have to be posted publicly online. So we should know by the end of next week whether or not the projects were selected. The Congressmember's office is meeting and deliberating internally to determine which projects get selected. So we should likely know Friday or the beginning of next week whether or not our projects were selected, and then the rest of the public should know by the end of next Friday. So my staff in DC is currently meeting with them to advocate on behalf of your projects, but huge kudos to your staff for getting information on these projects turned around so quickly. On the state side, we anticipate a somewhat similar process for appropriations. The state budget, as you well know, is not in the same shape as the federal budget, so we don't anticipate as large of dollar requests on the state side. If they happen at all, it's still kind of a work in progress. It's in flux. We'll certainly keep you posted as to the timeline on that process, as well as the expected dollar amounts for the state appropriations process for fiscal year 24-25. Remaining on page 12, or slide 12, which I believe is the one we're currently on the screen. This is one of the first items that we were brought in on, was the Pinole Pro Housing designation. I want to give all the credit and kudos to Lily Willing, your Community Development Director. This is an incredible achievement. As she had mentioned, and this is the memo from HCD, only 47 communities in the state of California have a pro housing designation. So that is really a testament to the hard work of your staff, to the direction the council has provided. It really is monumental as a standalone achievement, but also in terms of being able to secure future grant funding for housing projects. Being a pro housing designated city is a really big step. So kudos to you all. I know you honored staff, but I wanted to give an extra shout out to Lily and your team. Moving forward to slide 13. Oh, that's the last of my slides. I'm going to go ahead and talk instead about the work that we currently have doing. I didn't put these on a slide, but wanted to provide a verbal update to you on the work that we're currently doing on behalf of the city. Earlier this year, we provided updates to your climate action and adaptation plan in conjunction with Rincon Consultants and Hannah Mize. We provided potential funding opportunities to be associated with your CAP so that you could see directly what grants are out there for implementation, so that you have all of these great goals, but if there's no money to back them up, it's hard to implement them. So we were able to do a breakdown of what money is out there. Like I said, I was up late submitting the California Energy Commission Clean Energy Planning Grant in the amount of $100,000 that was due today. Kudos once again to Community Development Director Lily Whalen and your Sustainability Fellow Kapil Amin, who both helped turn that application around extremely quickly. I believe we were noticed about it last week, and it was due today. So once again, I think 72 business days or hours rather to get that off the ground, and it was first come first serve. They only had enough funding for 5 applications in the entire state, so that was one of the reasons why we were making sure that yours was one of the first ones submitted. So unless 4 others got it submitted between 0 and 01, I think hopefully we've got a really good shot. The next one is the California Energy Commission Local Government Building Decarbonization Challenge Grant. This one is due later this month, and once again working with Lily and Kapil on that application as well. We're also looking into Brownsfield remediation funding for sites potentially on San Pablo to find additional funding so we could potentially redevelopment that site, provide redevelopment for that site. And I'm using we really loosely here. I'm not going to be doing any of the redevelopment. That'll be all your team. Additionally, we have the DOJ tobacco grant, the California Department of Justice. The city has pursued grants through both your code enforcement department and your recreation department in the past and have been successful. So we're currently working with code enforcement officer Sarah Patton and Maria Picasso over on the recreation side on 2 applications that would be due June 28th. So kudos to your team for having won these grants in the past. Hopefully we can expand the scope of those programs and be requesting additional funding. And then finally, there's an Arts in the Park grant that is due on June 14th. Working with Sanjay, your Public Works Director, on that application. So this should be for, we haven't determined the project scope yet, but I'm happy to work closely with your team to pursue that application before the end of next month. So that's just a snapshot of the things that we're currently working on with your team. Once again, huge kudos to your staff. They've been fantastic to work with, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions? Yes, go ahead, Norma. Council member.
Good to have met you this evening, Mr. Gibbs, and thank you for your work and support along with staff that specifically provide their expertise on the content for those applications. It used to be that Pinole often was not eligible for funds at the federal level or state level because of its population size and or because they were applications that were for specific demographics. Has that shifted in the time that you've been with us?
So to answer that question, we are seeing fewer applications that are capped on population size. Most opportunities are open to municipalities of any size, or they'll have a special funding category for smaller cities. There are unfortunately some per capita programs that you typically don't qualify that are issued to cities of larger than 25 or 30,000, but for the most part, for competitive applications, you still are eligible for those. In terms of the demographics or disadvantaged community requirements for grant applications, we are beginning to see some of those shift. A lot of grant programs are no longer solely utilizing SB 535 disadvantaged community requirements as the sole metric for determining whether or not your project would be eligible. Those typically tend to rely on median household income data. Instead, we're seeing a shift to other environmental metrics as well, such as pollution. If you look at the CalEnviro screen 4.0, that's typically one of the most common tools utilized by the state to determine whether or not a community is perceived as disadvantaged in order to be able to apply for some of those programs. And at the federal level, they're utilizing the Justice 40 Initiative CEJST tool, which is the Climate Environment Justice tool. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that that's what that acronym stands for. And that one also is not utilizing solely median household income, but other data points as well. So while we don't necessarily qualify for everything out there, these shifts have allowed the city to qualify for a lot more funding opportunities than traditionally have.
That is great, because regardless of socioeconomic status, the environmental and justice issues are applicable across the board. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. That was the one question I had, and again, for your firm support and identification of relevant and applicable grant applications for Pinole.
Of course.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Any other questions on this side? Any questions here? Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor Sasai.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you give us a sense of how competitive the federal funding process is? How many federal funding requests has Congressman Garamendi gotten for this year, and where does Pinole lie in that?
That's a great question. While we don't know how many requests that his office has received this year, I imagine that it will be less competitive than last cycle due to the very fast turnaround. We've communicated with some other jurisdictions who felt that they just did not have the time to turn around a request. So once again, kudos to staff who began the outreach process early. You did need to secure letters of support from your state elected officials, which you did. I would say that given that he has 15 requests that he can put forward across the district, there is a high likelihood that one of your 3 projects would get picked. That's one of the reasons that we encourage you to submit multiple projects so that his office has the opportunity to choose what would work best, or maybe just his personal preference, be it either a Parks and Recreation project or a community resilience center like the Senior Hub. So I will know by the end of next week exactly how many requests he received, and we'll know exactly how competitive that process was, but I am banking on fewer submittals just due to that really fast turnaround time this year.
Thanks. And you said a high likelihood that at least one will get selected.
I believe so. I think the applications that were submitted were very competitive, and unless one of you has really upset the Congress member, then I think that there's a high likelihood of success.
Well, great. I look forward to Friday or Monday next week. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, any questions?
I'll just say I probably am the one who upset the Congress. Okay. I'm just joking. Thank you, Mr. Giss, for your presentation. Oftentimes we have residents who come to us and they give us either options on what they're seeing in the community for grant applications, or they want to be a part of the process. How are you working with cities to include resident engagement in the process of applying the grants, managing grants, writing grants even? What does that look like?
So I can tell you one of the most important parts of competitive grant applications, especially at the state and federal level, is community outreach. That's oftentimes scored just as competitively as a lot of the planning processes. So involving members of your community is really important at any step of the process. Typically, we like to include them in the planning process. As you during your community action and adaptation plan, there's opportunities for community outreach. And I can tell you it's a lot easier to include members of the community during the community outreach process as you're doing these master plans, as opposed to, okay, we have an application due in 5 weeks and it requires community outreach. Let's try to get a meeting or something along those lines together in the next 2 weeks. So really utilizing those planning and community outreach components of larger planning tools is really crucial. That was one of the components of the CEC Clean Energy Planning Grant that was submitted today. I believe 15,000 of that was for community outreach efforts. So that's really best practice. Another aspect of that is that there are lots of smaller grant opportunities that are either local or regional that are found at the county level, sometimes even at a municipal level. So when members of your community are made aware of some of these smaller grants that we might not necessarily have on our radar, we welcome that. We're more than happy to look into those, especially if you have smaller foundations that perhaps only give in a geographic region that you're located in. You're oftentimes more competitive for those programs. So it's a great opportunity, but some of them are just so small that they're not necessarily on everybody's radar. We welcome that collaboration with members of your community. If they're aware of such opportunities, we'd be more than happy to vet them and work with your staff to submit for those applications as well.
Thank you. I've been really appreciating the grants memos that you all send out monthly. I've noticed that most of the grants that are provided or researched are state or federal grants, as you reference. What is the kind of scope or funnel around private foundation grants that you're looking at? And I'll just say one of the interesting programs I've seen has been the City of Stockton's program, where they worked with a private foundation to offer universal basic income to their residents. And I think it was a program where they actually didn't use any city taxpayer dollars, really. They didn't use any city funds. They used full private foundation funds. So are you all looking and supporting our city with research on private foundations and perhaps type of programs similar to that we can benefit from?
To a certain extent, we certainly look into private and foundation funding opportunities as they work for you. If that's something that would be of interest to the city, I'd be more than happy to reach out to counterparts at the city of Stockton to see what particular foundations they utilized for those, because I believe that would be a very specific type of organization that would be willing to distribute those funds to a local government for universal basic income. But to answer your broader question about looking into foundations and private funding opportunities, there are a ton out there. I could do a whole memo on just those with Target, Kaiser, the Cliff Bar Foundation, et cetera. So as your staff bring us priorities that they're looking to fund, that's when we'll really dive into those foundation and private funding opportunities to try to match them with your priorities to make sure that we are casting a wide net. But as far as including those on the memo, I don't want to inundate everybody with lots of funding opportunities. I know the Walmart grant is on there sometimes, but the maximum funding award is $5,000. So I want to make sure that we're utilizing your staff time efficiently as well.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the last question, you mentioned letters of support. So I heard you say that letters of support have been granted by our assembly member and our state senator. Is that my understanding for the 3 projects you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. Are you receiving letters of support from are you seeking or receiving any other letters of support from other entities, nonprofits in the area, economic development corporations in the area, or are you primarily looking for letters from our state representatives?
We certainly cast a wide net and reach out to other organizations such as Chamber of Commerce, nonprofits, and other groups when it will strengthen your application. There are certain times where you'll receive additional points for more letters, a broader sense of community support. For the community project funding requests through your Congress member, the only required letters were from those entities. And given the fast turnaround time, that was the priority at the time. But for most applications, utilizing the relationships that your staff have to secure additional letters of support is always a good thing. It's always a positive. So if there are any organizations that you'd like us to work more closely with, we would be more than happy to.
Wonderful. I mentioned that I think that it's really important for us. My understanding from some of these state and federal grants are oftentimes there could be a lot of peer pressure that excites either a member of Congress or a member of the state legislature to support a project. So I think it is within our best interest to really create as much community support around these projects. We do a number of tasks to develop master plans. We have our economic development strategy. We have a parks master plan. We are tonight discussing a climate action and adaptation plan. So we really are doing our due diligence as a council and as a city to push the community engagement aspect. I think that we would love your help to think about, now that these plans are done, now that folks are in the room or maybe have left the room because they were engaged in the preliminary part of the plan, how do we kind of keep that community rapport of support keep going? We would love your ideas and Townsend's ideas on how to do that. I think it's really important that we create, especially because we are seen as a small city, we still have 20,000 people, right, willing and ready to work, and many of those people are the reason why we were able to secure $2 million from our Measure X funding at the county level to open a fire station this year or last year. And so just really want you all's Townsend's ideas and continue to talk to our staff, but also come talk to us as a council and our community, of course, about how do we create that kind of public cloud to encourage or hint at our Congress member really working with us to seek this funding. Because I know these are 3 projects. You mentioned a number of other projects. We want to continue to commit ourselves to that pressure.
Certainly.
Thank you.
That is understood and makes a lot of sense. And I know for a lot of municipalities and staff, the public outreach process and community engagement can be difficult and time consuming. So the fact that you've already done this is just fantastic. And if we can build on the work that your staff have already done, I think it would be to the benefit of all of our applications.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just returning to see if there's any other questions of the council. Okay, we'll open it up to the public.
Yes, we have Irma Report.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, and public, and thank you for coming on board and sharing the grant funding program that we have. As you know, I did a little bit of my homework today. September 5th, 2023, we hired you as your firm for the grant writing management services, and I was very excited because I've lived here over 40 years, and prior to that, I moved from Washington, D.C. I worked for the Department of Justice in a grant funding program. I have really been an advocate of grant writing for the city. We haven't been in the past, but we are now. I'm very excited. And when we passed this, I had a very good feeling about coming forward with some of these grants. What I do want to know is on the scope of work. You mentioned, and there's a whole list of things that you are suppose a description of services, which I really think it's great. One of the things I'd like to ask you, do you do grant writing training for the staff? Or is it just, how should I say, do you just write the grant or have the person give you that information and then they write it and you review it? Is that what you do? What I'd like to know is from what point do you as a grant writer get involved in a lot of grants? As you know, last year there were a lot of grants in the community. Some cities missed deadlines, others, didn't. And what I'm very cautious about, having worked in that area, that we do involve the staff and the resources that we have. We are a small city, but that we do everything in the scope of the work that it's in the contract, and we all participate in this. I agree with Councilmember Murphy regarding this communication and engagement with the community, because there's always a lot of people. I read the paper. I'm the old-fashioned type of person. I read the paper every day. I'm probably the only one that receives the paper, okay? And I've cut cuttings of grants all the way up to here, and I can probably send them to you, but their deadlines are gone. So my thing is, maybe we could share some of these things with the city mayor and council, and let's try to get some of these grants. We lost a lot, misinformation in the past. Now we got someone that knows exactly where the rules and procedures are, and I really appreciate it. But at the same time, I like to follow up some of these reports, maybe once a month, even if you have to zoom in and just say, communication to us, let us know the grants. I know Oakland just failed and missed one of their deadlines, a huge contract. So I just want to make sure we don't miss that.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Ms. Rupert. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public
Okay.
comments.
We'll bring it back. There were a few questions. I think you caught those, right?
Yes, certainly. I'd be happy to answer those.
Sure.
So the first question that I caught was, do we do grant training for staff? I do some grant training and public speaking on behalf of members of Congress and state legislators who will ask me to come and present to municipal staff across their district. So I do have a grant training PowerPoint, essentially, that you will. It's about 45 minutes long. It's filled with lots of dad jokes, but I enjoy giving it. And I provide that for municipalities to educate them on the grant process, essentially what is out there, best practices. A lot of it's pretty grant writing 101, and a lot of your staff is far more advanced than that and sophisticated in the grant writing that they accomplish and what they're able to secure on behalf of the city. But if there were new new staff that maybe grant writing is new to them, I would be more than happy to provide that kind of training and consultation to them as well. As far as the other questions, I think there was a bit about community outreach, and certainly happy to assist or bring members of the community in on any of those processes. One of the questions was about our work with staff and whether or not we work unilaterally or lean on staff. I can tell you we certainly lean on staff quite a bit, especially for some of the more sophisticated grants that involve transportation or engineering. I am not an engineer by trade, and certainly look to your team for the expertise that they can provide when it comes to some of those grant applications. Some of that is almost a different language, so I really appreciate Sanjay as my translator some of these times to demystify some of that engineering work. But once again, we're really here to make life easier for your staff. So for the majority of the grants, if we can demystify that process, if we can attend webinars on your behalf, if we can ask questions of agencies and get back to your staff, that's certainly what we like to do. And take on, narrative when appropriate to make sure that we're lightening that burden on your team.
Okay, great, thank you. And I just had one follow-up question, and that was when you talked about the public outreach for a grant, some of the grants are very quick turnaround. So would you look at the public outreach that was done to develop the project itself? So for instance, if we were to do a grant application based on our climate action plan, one of the actions that's in the plan, we would go back to the time that we're doing public outreach for that plan and developing the project, correct?
Certainly, that's one of the best ways to demonstrate the historic efforts that your staff and city have provided. So even if we have the opportunity to do additional community outreach, which is always fantastic, leaning on what you've done historically is very important to show how long the city has been working with members of the public. Okay,
great, thank you. With that, we'd like to thank you for the presentation and also thank our staff for all their work that they've done since that time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we're going to move forward to reports and communications. I do have the mayor's report. Just to note that we did have a finance committee meeting back on the 17th of April. You have seen the results of that meeting when we had our special budget meeting. Vice Mayor Sasai and I participated in the Municipal Code Subcommittee where we talked about the EV charging station that we have outside of the police station, setting up a fee for that. We talked about zoning code updates related to the housing element and safe storage of firearms. And then Vice Mayor Sasai and I also had a meeting regarding plaques and memorials. And this was a request that we had about naming something for the Native people within the city. So we will continue that conversation in about 3 weeks. And then I also attended the West County Mayors and Supervisors meeting on the 25th of April, and we talked about public safety, sports fields, and health care. I do want to just report out that the sports field item is a funding that is going through the county, and it is available to nonprofits, youth sports organizations that are that need to pay school districts for the use of sports fields for their programs, and they can be subsidized through this program that is going through through the county. And I participated in the Ellerhorst Elementary School Carnival. It did involve me getting dunked with water lots of times, so that was fun. On our agenda today, we have an item that's related to the East Bay Hills Wildfire Prevention MOU. They did have their very first meeting on the 29th of April, and I did attend in the audience, since we aren't officially members yet. Council Member Wengraf from Berkeley is going to be the chair, And the first meeting, the group discussed next steps on what their scope is going to be. And they also received a report from the Bay Area Council on opportunities and challenges for incentivizing market-based uses of woody biomass in the East Bay Hills. And we will have another meeting scheduled for July 8th. So depending on how the consent calendar goes, we will be a participating member of that organization by that time. I attended and we hosted an awesome mayor's conference here in Pinole. It was our turn. Every 18 months, the city of Pinole hosts that event. And the presenters were BCDC, that's the Bay Conservation and Development Corporation or Commission, and Supervisor Joya and water agency staff from the county. And they talked about shoreline resilience, sea level rise here in the Bay Area. And then there was also a comment from the Office of Emergency Services related to the local hazard mitigation plan that is out for public review now. I think we will push out some information on that, but all of the county plus many of the cities need to do some public outreach on that plan, and that plan involves mitigation measures for natural and man-made disasters, and the plan has to be adopted if the city is to be eligible for pre-disaster funding through FEMA and post-disaster funding. So the message that I heard was that the plan gets submitted for all jurisdictions at the same time. So if one jurisdiction, if FEMA believes that there wasn't enough public outreach, and if the plan doesn't get approved, it doesn't get approved for anyone. So we need to push out information and make sure that folks have an opportunity to comment on that. And again, I want to thank staff for doing a lot of work to prepare for us to host the 19 cities and all of the partners for a really nice mayor's conference that was held in Pinole last week. I attended late the opening of the Taqueria La Cocina near Sprouts, and then today Nick the Greek in the Trader Joe's parking lot or shopping center. So it's nice we have two new eateries here in Pinole. And that is the end of my report. And so I will move to mayor and council appointments. We have received applications for Planning Commission. There are 3 openings, and we had 4 applicants. Council member Martinez Rubin and I were the ones that did the interviews, and we would like to make a recommendation that the 2 incumbents, Timothy Banuelos and Rafael Menes, and along with new applicant Tamiko Huey, be appointed to the Planning Commission. And yes, go ahead.
So I saw the recommendations. I'd like to make a motion, if I could, to ask that we have Tamiko, Andrew, and Rafael Menes move to the 3 open positions.
I'll second that.
And I would just like to indicate that the other applicant is, because there was more transportation experience there, that he was encouraged to apply to the TAPS committee, that we thought that was a more appropriate placement. And also that the other incumbent, Mr. Banuelos, is an architect. and that adds a lot of value.
Yeah, I'll second that, and I'd like to hear Councilmember Tave's reasoning behind the motion that he just made, and as well, Councilmember Sasai's reasoning for having seconded that motion.
I think for me, so about 10 years ago, I applied for planning commission. I would say that, experience-wise, I had my background in civil engineering, and I was given a chance to serve. And, looking at this, I think Tim has done a great job. There's no reasoning as to, okay, why, I would say not Tim. They're all great candidates, and I think we're lucky to have them. I think that Andrew is in a position to really gain a lot from this experience, and I think it's worth giving somebody a chance to do it. And that's not taking away from any of the experience. Tim Banuelos, I think, at the time I think it was either him or Pete, was the mayor that appointed me to planning commission. And I think he saw something in me to serve in that position. And I think, in my opinion, giving Andrew this opportunity might give him that same calling to maybe pursue serving a term in planning commission and then maybe another one. I'm really sad to see Adam stepping down. I think the planning commission has done great over the last few years. I mean, we've had the housing element that came through. We've had a lot of different things that have happened. So there's a lot of accomplishments there that this team has had. And I think giving somebody an opportunity to move forward might be a good thing.
And thanks for the question. And it's always valuable to have new voices, fresh vision on the Planning Commission and across all commissions here in Pinole. And lastly, it's Vice Mayor Sasai in these chambers. Thank you.
Okay, so with regard to the reasoning behind the candidate that you proposed, Councilmember Tave, what I consider is the value to the city versus the value to an individual having been given opportunity. The opportunity to gain experience is certainly there in any other service positions that the city has. The most fitting one for the particular individual who you are referring to who is currently a college student. It can be found in serving in the TAPS Commission or the TAPS Committee. Also, his interest echoed both in the application and during the interview, focused on interest in transportation. So he spoke for himself very well, and as one of the interviewers, along with staff, we considered that the most fitting was as we have recommended. With regard to new voices and new experience, certainly we will have that to the extent that the commissioners will abide by the code of conduct and the opportunities that are afforded them by serving the commissions. They can express their voices with their fellow commissioners, which is part of the experience that they ought to gain and the opportunities that they ought to be given about how to conduct themselves in a public setting representing the city. And the experience that we are lacking right now in the commissions are expertise that has been gained over years of professional experience, which Mr. Banuelos has. As well, he has served on the city council more than several times, some of those years as mayor. And so he has acquired not only the experience of having served the city, but as well as having served the region. So I stand with the recommendation that Mayor Toms and I have proposed.
So just a question of our city attorney. Can we do a substitute motion, or do we need to vote on the motion that's on the floor now?
So we currently have a motion and a second. If the moving council member would like to amend the motion, that can be entertained. Otherwise, we would need a vote on the current motion.
Okay. All right, so there is a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mayor, can we do a roll call vote?
Yes.
Mayor Toms,
No?
Vice Mayor Sasai,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin, Councilmember Tave?
No,
Yes.
sorry, my mic was not on. No.
Okay. Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor, we did have a public speaking, a comment card for this
Oh,
item.
okay.
Raphael Menace?
Greetings again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Raphael Menace. I'm, well, I guess as of now, the chair of the Planning Commission. I was hoping to comment before this vote occurred, but it's difficult because I know Andrew Uch. I think he'll be a great planning commissioner, but at the same time, with the loss of Adam Benzui and now Timothy Banuelos as well, the Planning Commission is going to be lacking in practicing architects. So that might be somewhat of a challenge going forward and reviewing documents. And I hope that either Mr. Manuelos or Mr. Benzui will be willing to offer their advice to the commission in their private capacities. Thank you.
And there's also Irma Report.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, again. I agree with the three in nominating the new person. I applied for the Community Services Commission 4 years ago, and I was told I was too political to get appointed. And one of the council members is up there on the chamber. I disagree with having to bring the mayor, former mayor, and not give opportunities to other people that want to serve. That's why you don't get people coming up, because the same people are out there. Community Services Commission has also people that have been there forever. There's no term, there's no nothing. And so, in my opinion, let's be equal and fair to everybody. Give everybody a chance. This is a planning commission. You're not leaving it alone. There's engineers here from the city and people here that, want to do good work. But I was not appointed 4 years ago, and I tried again last year. Finally, I got in because new people were on the council. So let's be fair, straight and honest, and get new people in. Thank you.
Okay, if no other speakers, we'll move to City Council City Council committee reports and communication. So I'll turn to Vice Mayor Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor Toms. Not much to report out. I want to say it was great to have Pinole be the hosting city for the Contra Costa Mayors Conference last week. Great to see the council there, great to see staff, great to see regional leaders from across Contra Costa. I know we have Congressman Gary Manny's rep, Harpreet, out here in the chambers right now that was there as well. And so it was just great to be in fellowship with everybody and have very fruitful conversations. I was at the Taqueria La Cocina grand opening this past weekend. Really great to see, as Mayor Toms mentioned, new eateries here in Pinole, and great show of the community, and really great to hear from the new owners who are very excited to be in Pinole with their new business. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I do have a bit of a long not presentation, but just as a report, and just want to say, if there's ever a better time to be on council in the greatest city in the world, it's now. I am so honored to be a member of the city council. This past month has been super busy. We are so, like you all mentioned it, the new businesses that are coming into Pinole, they are really, not only are the business owners really excited, but the residents of Pinole are so excited. Over this last month, we've opened Nick the Greek, Taqueria La Cocina, and we also had Boba Birds, which is an AP and 80 shopping center. And a lot of residents ask about what's going on with that shopping center, what are we doing? There's a lot of changes still happening, but we are seeing new businesses come into Pinole, and they're having a ball, okay? So if you are somebody watching right now and you are like, what do I eat? You can eat in Pinole, you know that already. There are more businesses coming, but I also just wanna thank our staff for all the work you're doing around economic development strategy here in Pinole. It's not easy work. We've done a lot of different and have a lot of different tactics that we're putting and strategies that we're putting into account. But again, it's just really exciting. And we're seeing a lot of the public and community come out and say they want to shop in Pinole, they want to spend money in Pinole. And they also, I'm sorry to see a presentation coming soon, they also feel safer. Overall safety of our city is increasing in their perception. So that means a lot. And I just want to say, like, it is an honor to be on this council and to be able to be a part of that collective effort to encourage more businesses to come and also encourage residents to get out their home and go shopping in Pinole, because inevitably what that does is it helps our parks, it helps our schools, it helps our community be better. And so again, just wanted to, attending all of those events this last month has been really exciting, and I almost just want to like take a moment of silence to really just honor the fact that we are having so many of these businesses coming. I won't do the honor of silence because I actually have a lot to report today, but I just again want to thank the business owners, want to thank our staff, and again thank our community for coming out to these events and supporting these new small businesses. I wanted to, so a couple of weeks ago, we also had, and turning topics, I wanted to turn to our Pinole Hercules and Wastewater Subcommittee. We did have our wastewater, Pinole and Hercules Water Subcommittee a couple weeks ago, and there's a couple of things I just wanted to lift up for folks to know. If you haven't heard about the wastewater treatment plant in Pinole, you should. It's right on our bayfront, near Bayfront Park. It's actually a great tool and resource that we have in the city, and why I say tool and resource is it's really a science center. If you're someone thinking about what happens after you put something in your toilet or what happens after it goes down the sink, we actually do that right here in our town. We actually monitor and track how much outfall there is from your own houses. And what's really exciting is that we have an entire treatment plant right here in Pinole that now you can actually visit online and do a 3D tour of the wastewater treatment plant. I talked in my last report a couple months ago about, or excuse me, a couple weeks ago about doing a tour of the wastewater treatment plant in person. Well, those are available, of course, but what I'm really excited about is that our team at the City of Pinole, and of course, in partnership with the City of Hercules, has now created a 3D wastewater treatment plant tour. So if you're interested in learning more about that big facility that you probably see at Bayfront Park, walking around, you can actually tour that from literally your computer. I would say your home, but wherever you use a computer, in the cafe or at school. And so I asked that the city staff put that up on our city page and our front page, because this is an incredible tour that teaches you about the importance of the wastewater treatment plant, why you smell the smells you smell, why it's so important for the sustainability and resiliency of our city. So I just wanted to take a moment again to thank staff for putting that together. Thank you, Director Mishra, for the tour that you provided me. And even as a council member who's been on this council for 4 years, I'm still learning a lot more. And so just again, honoring you all for your work and your dedication to educating all of our community in this process. And at the last subcommittee meeting, we actually approved 2 different projects. One we talked about at the budget workshop last week, which is providing battery storage, battery and solar to our wastewater treatment plant. So really this is a new project that hopefully our council will approve at our next meeting about the capital improvement plan. And this is a result of our energy storage and generation assessment. So oftentimes we have residents who ask us, why are we doing all these master plans? We do plan after plan after plan. I'm that same person, I know. But sometimes these plans, most of the time, these plans actually have a direct impact on the development of our new projects. And so when we think about energy efficiency, it actually has something to do with water as well. So providing solar and battery storage on our wastewater treatment plant facility will help residents not only save money in the long term, it'll make sure that our wastewater treatment systems are working the way they want to. I promise you, we do not want to smell what it smells like if they're not. So I just want to, again, thank you, staff, for putting that together. And the second project we have is the Water Pollution Control Plant Lab remodel. And this is an important one because actually, like I said, it's a science center. And so to meet the mandates of the California Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, our team is seeking to remodel the plant lab that's within the wastewater treatment plant. So again, very exciting to be able to be at the forefront of these issues. Many cities are not doing this as well as the city of Pinole and the city of Hercules are doing. And so again, thank you to our staff for just being so succinct and being very clear about the direction of our wastewater treatment plant, and then also providing ideas that move us forward as well. My next update is around MCE. We have a couple of meetings this past month with MCE, and one of the things I wanted to read to you, because I know a lot of residents have been asking me about this, and this is something that is at the front of many of our minds. And if you're like my family, you're probably worrying about this at 12 a.m. or 2 a.m. in the morning. And it really has to deal with energy efficiency and affordability. As a member of the MCE Board of Directors and the Technical Committee Chair, addressing energy affordability and combating the climate crisis hold a paramount importance to me and align closely with my dedication to serving Pinole. I wanted to inform the community about some of the ways that Pinole's local renewable energy provider, MCE, is stepping up to offer solutions during a time where energy rates are increasing tremendously. First and foremost, recently, and I noted this at my last council member report, the MCE Board of Directors, and I was really proud to make this motion, really recently gave the green light to a $5 million targeted bill relief program for eligible customers. This means that eligible customers enrolled in the California statewide care energy bill discount program can look forward to an additional $20 monthly bill credit from MCE, designed to ease the burden of high energy bills. Small businesses and commercial customers can also be eligible for this program, and that's an additional $25 monthly bill credit. The California Public Utilities Commission recently awarded MCE $158 million to support energy efficiency and electrification programs over the next 10 years. What that means is that this funding, which actually nearly doubles MCE's efficiency budget, will directly benefit customers with home upgrades and rebates, but also help to do what we all need to do, which is cut greenhouse gas emissions, and then of course help support our reliable power grid. We've been doing a tremendous amount of grant writing and lobbying, both in Sacramento and DC, and I just want to say that we've received $4.1 million in federal funded that helps to expand our access to clean energy programs directly related to Pinole residents, things like EV charging. And on behalf of MCE and our customers, I really do want to give a thank you to Senator Alex Padilla and Representative Congressman John Garamendi as well for helping secure these funding. And a last thing I'll just say is that since 2010, MCE customers have saved over $44 million on utility bills compared to traditional utility service. So if you are currently a customer of PG&E, for example, and you're not doing MCE, more than likely, if you opt into MCE, you'll be saving an average of anywhere between $17 and $25 a month. That's a big difference, especially for families who need it. And I just want to say that because of MCE's robust financial support and local decision making, our community can continue to access resources, energy efficiency upgrades, electrification incentives. These are programs that are already here, and we also are, of course, in the city of Pinole doing specific rebate enhancement programs, which we talked about last meeting, to make sure it's easier for residents to benefit from. So I just wanted to give that announcement because I know that a lot of folks in the community have been asking me about what are we to do about these energy rates? What are we doing about these energy hikes? And it is something that many of our families, including mine, are dealing with. And I don't want you all to think that there's ever a time where as a council member, we're not fighting for you and that we're not fighting to make sure that we at least hear your voices and provide programs that at least alleviate how you're dealing with these issues. So I just wanted to share that. And again, thank you so much, again, for those residents who continue to ask, how does MCE support me? How can the Council of Pinole support me? This is really something that I know is really hurting a lot of people. It's not something to take lightly, and it's not an easy issue. But we are working diligently to make sure that happens. So I just wanted to give that report back and say thank you to the residents who continue to ask me, continue to be a partner in this work with me. And as much as possible, we will continue to fight to, if we can, lower energy prices, but at least alleviate those for those who need help most.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy.
Yep.
I'll turn to Councilmember Tave.
Great. Just a couple things. Just really glad to see the grants presentation. So just want to give a shout out to Townsend. Thank you for that. Had a chance to go to the mayor's conference as well. I have to say, I want to thank Tina's here in Pinole, only because everybody was talking about the food. It was fantastic. And the butter pecan cookies flew off the shelf. Like there was none left. Everybody had taken at least one, and most likely, I see Harpreet in the back took two. Thanks. 3. Okay. No, I gotta say, I want to thank staff and the community that had supported this event. It was fantastic. It was intimate, group where everybody was able to talk and kind of mingle. Really great. It was hosted at the Senior Center, so I'm glad to see that the Senior Center upgrades was on that grant proposal. So we're looking forward to seeing more from that. And just had a lot of really good conversations. The topic was sea level rise here in Pinole, and as Councilmember Murphy mentioned, we have a sewer plant there, so there's a lot of conversation across Bay Area and Contra Costa County regarding that. So Mayor Toms hosted the event, and I think she did a wonderful job, especially giving the shots out to everybody and all the activities going on in Pinole. I think that's about it for me. I'll keep it short and leave it there, but just want to thank again staff for a really great event, and that's about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yeah, thanks for keeping it short. Council, since the last time we got together, there were a number of events I attended to. One of them, which is a greatly instructive event, is in Sacramento, sponsored by Cal Cities, the Leaders Summit. And at that Leaders Summit, ordinarily what the participants hear are presentations by legislators, either from the State Assembly or the State Senate, on what they are doing with regard to the issues that our cities face. So on the agenda were topics such as homelessness, organized retail theft, community engagement and its use for diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, and also the use of generative AI, artificial intelligence. Generative AI, something that is created, content can be created and facilitate the development of reports and other kinds of written and spoken kinds of activities that staff ordinarily may have, not to say that it is going to be used absolutely or exclusively among local government. In fact, there are different stages of use across the country and internationally, but it certainly is a means that we might have to consider eventually developing policies around, since some staff members already may be using generative AI to create some of the documents that we use internally. And additionally, the Cal Cities Leaders Summit offers an opportunity for its participants representing different cities to engage with their peers and other persons with greater experience about the kinds of activities that are going on in their cities, and having us consider, borrow, possibly adapt those ideas to our respective cities. I also attended the county stormwater funding webinar, during which online Director Mishra from Public Works and I heard about the county, Contra Costa County efforts in preparing for increased requirements in the 3.0 version to address the permits that the cities need to obtain related to National Pollutant Discharge and Elimination System, which translates to our sewer system and what we do with stormwater. So more to be heard about that, but at some point down the line, not to ignore that we may possibly see some sort of measure at the county level to help cities offset the cost of meeting those requirements. As you heard before, Mayor Toms and I are part of the ad hoc committee to review the qualifications of candidates that apply to our planning commission. We heard the outcome of our recommendations this evening. Best wishes with the candidates that the majority of the council selected. As well, I attended, as we all did, the budget workshop in preparation for our ongoing discussions between now and the end of June to adopt the city budget. At the mayor's conference, I also want to thank the staff for all the preparations and beautifying the senior center. At my table, there were representatives from different cities, and they spoke very highly about how the event was the event venue was transformed from a community center to what became a very well received mayor's conference. At La Cocina, which is the new Mexican eatery alongside Sprouts, I had the privilege of meeting the new owners, welcoming them along with the council members who participated, and I will vouch for the great flavor of la horchata. So stop by and have yourself a drink, especially now that we're entering the summer weather. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next on the agenda is council requests for future items. Yes, Vice Mayor Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor Toms. I just want to preface this. I know I've spoken with staff about this, and I know lots of work to do between now and end of June. So these requests are just to get it on the forecast and the calendar. But my first request is a general discussion on new state minimum wage requirements and compliance within the city of Pinole.
Vice Mayor Sasai, is it a discussion to, what is it a discussion for? I'm sorry.
It is a discussion on the new state minimum wage requirements for fast food workers, AB 1228, which is a bill that Governor Newsom signed recently.
Okay. And election would be to support the bill, or that's a bill?
That is a bill that's been signed.
Okay.
And the discussion is on how the state is holding fast food companies within the city of Pinole accountable to those new requirements.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. I'm supportive of that.
Thank you.
I'll second if that's a motion.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Do we need roll
I
call?
don't think we could discuss.
Well, I'm just kind of curious if the city enforces state law in that regard, or is it a state department that enforces it?
Through the chair, I believe it's a state department, but this would be a discussion of some of those requirements and perhaps what the city could do in addition to what the state is currently doing to, require enforcement and oversight.
Okay. So with that, all those in favor, say aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, that's 5.
Thank you. And the last request is a discussion on a rental registry ordinance in the city of Pinole.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay. And do we already have one? I know that we charge a registration fee. A license.
Through the chair, so in order to rent, to have a rental property, you do need to have a business license in the city of Pinole. So we would be able to monitor those rentals that have a business license. I'm not sure if the request is to try to identify those rentals that perhaps haven't gone through the process and applied for a business license.
Yes, that is the nature of the request.
All right. Any other discussion?
Can we discuss? No, I have, well,
It sounds like it might be just a report back on how it's currently working. Is that what you're envisioning?
Yes, and just a general discussion. That'd be great.
All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and that's 5. All right, any other items?
That's all. Thank you.
I do.
Oh, yes.
So that special meeting where the sewer lateral program was presented, a while back I had asked for the sewer lateral, some type of program where there was a revolving fund, and we received something to be funded this next cycle. I'd like to have a presentation on what that program, like more of the details. Now, obviously, I think we have to go to the next step in allocating funds to that revolving program. But after that, I'd like an agenda item to go through the details, community outreach, get some feedback from council. So I'd like to have that as an agenda item.
After the budget or before the budget?
I think after the budget.
After the budget.
Because we're going to first discuss whether or not to even fund it,
Right.
right? And then what that funding level might be. Then after that, have a discussion on what that program actually looks like and what the citizens of Pinole could expect. And the term, I think, we talked about revolving funds, like where the money would go out, be used, pay back, and then go back out for the same reason.
All right, I'll second that. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, any items, council member? Oh,
I'd also like to see, we talked about, and we're going to be talking about climate action, our climate action plan. I'd like to see that for power. If it was a battery wall or a similar product of a revolving fund program, and what that would look like in combination with help from MCE. So I'd like to see if there's a presentation, if that's even feasible, or report back, but eventually have that same type of mechanism from Pinole where there's a revolving fund to continuously pay for battery walls for the citizens of Pinole to help curb their electricity usage at night.
I'll second that, Councilmember Tate.
Great.
okay, any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's a 5. Okay, and did you have anything, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Thank you. No, not tonight.
Okay, and I do have an item I'd like to have for a future agenda item, and that is to see if we can work on establishing a community foundation. We have in the past had a youth foundation, we've had a senior foundation. I see Hercules has an education foundation, and if we had something that is sort of all-encompassing for a community foundation, some of the things that we could cover would be like field trips for high schoolers, or things for seniors, or, you know, along those lines, where it's not coming out of the general fund, but it's coming out of a foundation. And I'm also seeing that the Bayfront Chamber sponsors a lot of fundraisers, and they partner with the Education Foundation in Hercules. So I know that there's opportunities there. So I'd like to see if we can get a report on what it would take to establish a foundation.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 5-0. And I think we have public comment for that.
I think last council meeting, we talked about the animal service contract. It's a new, I think, an email and letter and contract was in February that we received from the county. And we have a new director, animal services director from the county. Is it possible we can even get a report, communication, or have him come on Zoom, or if he can't make it here? We'd like to meet him. We'd like to know what the contract's all about. As you know, we closed the animal service, building here in Pinole, and this west side has been so bad with animals. So, Mayor, some kind of report or communication would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Council interested in having
Mayor,
a
I'm
report?
happy to make that motion. That sounds
Yeah.
great.
Okay, and I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? None. And any other comments? Future items?
Actually, yes, if I may. This may already be in the books for staff. Last fall or early last summer, there was some activity, and there continues to be activity on the statewide level to counter what is currently going on the ballot in November 24th, sponsored by the Business Roundtable, and it is a measure that would curtail the efforts of cities to raise taxes, among other things it would do. So I would like that there be a presentation on what Cal Cities is now calling the Taxpayers Deceptive Act, whereas the Business Roundtable is calling it the Taxpayer Protection Act. So you can see the differences there. For someone, perhaps a regional representative, to come by around July or August, which would be near the time that people are going to start considering what is on the ballot measure, and thus be informed about what it could mean if that ballot passes.
And I'll second that.
Perfect. Yes, interest. Good.
Okay, all right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Got a long list for you tonight. Okay, we will turn to city manager report and department staff report.
Thank you. Appreciate being able to give us a report. So as we mentioned earlier, through the proclamations, it's Public Service Recognition Week. Our HR director, Stacy Shell, and her team has really put a great week together of different events. And I want to piggyback off of what Councilor Murphy talked about. We actually had a tour of the wastewater treatment plant today. So staff went down there, we walked down and all toured that plant. And if you had an opportunity to do that, go out there and take a look at them. And the team out there is great. They explained everything, took their time, and it's just a lot of great work that's being done there. Something that you probably would overmiss if you didn't really pay attention to it. But the team and staff out there is doing a great job. And I know that most of the community probably doesn't engage with them because they're down there. But what a great group of people that are down there. So just want to emphasize what HR was doing, and then also meeting that team down there and having that tour was great today. I will mention about the city clerk's office and the work they did with the mayor's conference. Just a great amount of work. A lot of work went into that, a lot of planning. So the city clerk's office just a tremendous job on that, and we appreciate all the effort there. City manager recruitment is moving along. It closed on April 28th. 45 applicants are in there, so we're hoping there's going to be some great talent. I had the opportunity to speak to several of them on the phone, and just a lot of passion, a lot of knowledge of what we're looking for, and I think we'll have a great recruitment process for that. So we're excited about that. Community Services Director, I know they announced her last week, but she's hitting the ground running. Andrea Dwyer is here. And again, hitting the ground running and doing a lot of work already. But I want to thank Maria Picasso for serving us all as the acting Community Services Director during her tenure. She's not here right now, but I think we all owe her a little bit of gratitude for being able to bridge that and then taking on an opportunity to help get Andrea up and running, although she's got a tremendous skill set with a lot of acumen, so she should be up and running real quick. The last thing I just want to mention is a couple events that we're having. Tomorrow will be Coffee with the City, and that's at Bear Claw from 8 to 10 tomorrow. As Irma mentioned earlier, and we're excited about this, is the Station 74 open house and also the year anniversary. That is Saturday, May 11th from 10 to 2 at Station 74. So really excited about being a part of that, and I know the police department is working with them, and we'll make sure there's a secure event, and look forward to working together with them on that. And I know our mayor will also be speaking there and having an appearance. So Community Service Day is Saturday, May 18th from 8 to 12 at the Youth Center. Pinole Pride and Juneteenth celebration is Sunday, June 9th from 12 to 3 at Fernandez Park. And then, of course, they'll take us into the 4th of July celebration, which we're really excited about. Big community event on Thursday, July 4th, and that's at dusk at the Pinole Valley High School. So a lot of good events going on, a lot of work going on, tremendous a lot of effort and being put forward with this ballot measure and the budget program. So I just want to thank staff for all the great work they're doing, and just have to mention this, blessed with the opportunity to be the interim city manager right now, and to work with this staff and the passion that they have to this community. It's really a blessing. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. City Attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move to agenda item number 9, and that's the consent calendar. We have, we're removing item G, so we have 9A through F and H through K. Do we have any items that council wants to remove? Any speakers?
Yes.
This is for the consent calendar.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do have Rafael Menace on item 9F.
Greetings again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Bess, I'm a resident of Pinole. And for item 9F, I've got a question about the comments at the very end. On page 104 of the agenda packet, it states that council should note that switching to Ring Central VoIP phone services would decrease the annual telecommunications expenses of the Information Systems Department by approximately $60,000. So while the decreased expense will be great, one thing I'm curious about is the potential reliability cost. If there's an internet outage, but the old-fashioned phone lines would still have worked, does this city have a plan to have backup phone services in that event, or to maintain emergency operations center functionality, or is it all going to be going over to voice over IP, and hopefully there'll be backup set up to be able to mitigate the effects of broader network failures? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Tate.
Mayor Toms, I'd like to pull item C for a brief explanation by
Ma-
our,
Mayor, we just received another card.
Okay.
sorry, just pulling item C so that we can get a brief description of what's going on there. I know that the franchise agreement was discussed at our last meeting,
Right.
but I just wanted to see if Director Mishra could give us a brief, and the public a brief description of what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll get to the other public commenter.
Good evening, Council. And regarding the item for the franchisee agreement, we had RFP out for a negotiator who has great experience in negotiating with any of these collection agencies in the past. And in the first round, we never got any proposal. So we went ahead and reached out to 3 of companies who actually provide those services and extended the time for them. And we received 2 proposals from 2 companies, R3 and SCS. SCS is a Southern California company. R3 is a local company who we have worked before, and they have very substantial experience around contract restoration, and they actually serve also to various other local agencies around here. So we evaluated both the proposals and finally the reviewers come to a conclusion that R3's proposal was superior, and we interviewed them as well. And the proposal you see in the agenda packet has a component, I think roughly about $12,000, which is to discuss the policies or the conditions we have with Recycle More, which is roughly about 12 grand, and that we may not utilize. That was, we had put those so that if during our new negotiation with the Republic Services, if any of the post-collection agreement gets affected or that service gets reduced, then we have the opportunity to renegotiate with Recycle More. But because it's a JPA, so we may not be the only party to finalize those conditions. So we realize that that may not be used at all. But that dollar amount is there in this particular proposal. For the rest of the negotiations, I had reached out to other agencies, City of Hercules, City of El Cerrito, who had similar services procured from R3 or another company. There are 2 different companies who has provided services for similar negotiations. R3 has a plethora of experience just around the area, and because they have already working with the Republic Services and other agencies, so they know about the deals that has been made. They kind of are able to provide us guidance specific to Pinole, and they also have the staff who has been attached to this particular service from the very beginning of when Republic Services had the contract, and a lot of history, which we do not have internally with the staff, and that's a great help. And it is a significant time, actually, if we actually go the staff us to do any of those negotiations, and we're trying to bank up on their experience.
Understood. I just want to make a quick comment to kind of piggyback that when we had our budget discussion and we had a company come in to look at revenue sources, just wanted the public to know that this was in the works quite a bit of time before that came up. So although you do see a deficit, we are taking that deficit seriously. And part of that is engaging in this franchise agreement, which hiring pretty much the legacy R3, who's been around doing this work with Republic Services. So I know Mayor Toms also mentioned that we had met with Republic Services and Sanjay to try to understand the franchise agreement in general. So that effort is moving forward. So hopefully we get some more information to come. But I know that the speaker last time had mentioned it. and it's well underway. So I just wanted to thank staff for taking the initiative there, and Mayor Toms for working on this and kind of with me. It's been one of those things that as it comes up, there's a revenue opportunity, but there's also regulations that have kicked in as well. So we have to balance a lot of that. But I just want to thank staff for taking that and also clarifying for the public what was going on.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. And then I would just note, too, that once we have them under contract, we need to meet.
Yes, we will schedule meetings immediately after that.
Right, thank you. All right, and we have another speaker.
Yes, we have Noreen Bueller.
And Noreen, these are for items on the consent calendar.
She's speaking on J, 9J.
Oh, come on up. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and staff. At the beginning of the council meeting, you each recite acknowledgement and respect to the Ohlone Indians. Yet, the council has decided to replace the handsome Indian on our seal, which exemplifies respect for our city's earliest days. I was told by the council members that the Ohlone didn't like the face of the Indian. Can we just replace his face? Do we have to replace the entire Indian? He's such a beautiful replica of the beginning of our city. He's been here since the beginning of our city. It's very sad to see him go. I appreciate the work that you've done on the new seal, but I hate to see our seal go, and I just had to come up here tonight and go on record to object to replacing the Indian on our seal. I was wondering, though, what the cost of this change is going to be. Has that been reported yet? Or has it been calculated yet? Do we have a cost?
Go ahead and finish your questions and your comments, and then we'll turn to staff.
Well, is that cost in the city budget? And maybe that's a place we could cut out of the budget and save a little bit of money until future time that we could afford it more. And also, if it is changed, the beautiful ceramic seals that we have around town and on the entry to our city hall, is that going to be replaced, that beautiful artwork? So again, I pay tribute to the city seal that we have now and hope that actually it's not going to be replaced anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public speakers?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, and I don't see Fiona here.
She is online.
She is online. Wonder if she's able to make comments, or if there's another staff person that might be able to answer those questions.
I am online and I'm able to make comments and answer the questions.
Excellent, thank you.
Hello, so in regards to the seal and the cost to replace the seal, so much of the cost to replace the seal will be absorbed by the city's existing budget, especially in the case of replacing, digital media or the media and graphics on the stationery that we will be ordering when it needs to be replenished. So there will be a transition there. As for some of the larger costs to changing the seal, such as the seal that's on the building, in the floor in the city hall, on our vehicle fleets in public works, some of those larger costs are going to be calculated. The seal needs to be inventoried first, which staff has not begun to do yet, but will. And that will be considered for, next fiscal year's budget or budget following. And then there was another question in regards to the VoIP system. I believe the question was asking if we were going to use VoIP for the entire city facilities, or if we were going to leave some, and what we would do in case of an emergency. What would happen is, so we will not be replacing all of the phone lines with VoIP. We do have an existing analog phone system, which we will be leaving some of the lines in place in the public safety building, including in dispatch. We'll do that for redundancy, and in case of an emergency, if the internet were to go down and we were to lose connectivity there, we would still have the option to use a hard landline, and vice versa. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those responses. All right, with that, is there a motion for items A through F and H through K?
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? So that's 5-0. Thank you. All right, then we're going to be moving on. We have no public hearings on this agenda. We will have a public hearing held on a special meeting after the conclusion of this regular meeting. But we'll move to old business, which is provide direction on potential ballot measures to raise revenue, charter city and real property transfer tax, sales tax, and utility tax. And the action is to provide direction per staff recommendation.
Good evening again. For this item, we'll present the results of the polling that was conducted around placing a potential ballot revenue measure on the ballot for the November 2024 election. Next slide. So the topics for this presentation will be some background information on how we got to this point. The consultants are also here to present the polling results, and then we'll discuss next steps. Next slide. So to provide some background information, the city's 20-year financial forecast was presented to the City Council earlier in this fiscal year. And the forecast currently indicates a substantial budget deficits over the 20 years of the forecast. And that's based on a status quo budget if we were not to institute any measures to balance the budget starting in fiscal year 2024-25. In response to this, the City Council directed staff to engage a polling firm to conduct some polling around several potential revenue measures. And those included in the polling were sales tax, so a 0.5-cent sales tax, a charter city measure, and enacting a real property transfer tax, and then a utility users tax, which would expand the utility or the UUT to water usage. Some factors to be considered as the City Council considers placing a measure on the ballot is that taxes can either be classified as general or special taxes. A general tax measure requires majority voter approval, and the revenue can be used for any municipal purpose. The proceeds from that revenue source will go into the city's general fund. A special tax measure requires 2/3 voter approval, and the revenue would only be able to be used for special purposes as identified in the ballot measure. Next slide. So before I pass the presentation over to our consultants, I just wanted to introduce Catherine Liu. She's the co-founder of the Liu Edwards Group, and she is the lead on this effort. We're also working with Lucia Del Pupo. She's the Senior Vice President of FM3 Research, and this is the firm that was responsible for conducting the polling. And they are joining us on this meeting in person there in the chambers. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Catherine Liu to start off, and then you'll see the results of the polling. After the presentation concludes, we will be available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Welcome.
Can you hear me now? Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, City staff, and members of the public. My name is Catherine Liu, and I'm the president and co-founder of the Liu Edwards Group. It is great to see the council again and to be here in this chamber. Next slide, please. I'm going to start by what I call some table setting that allows us to frame the more detailed local results that we will be discussing momentarily. I want to talk about the environmental landscape and our project objectives within that landscape. As the mayor and council is aware, we are in a highly polarized environment nationally, statewide, and regionally. Lots going on for all of our communities. We're finding, and we've done these types of projects throughout California over the past year as the lead up to those considering November 2024 ballot measures. We're seeing a lot of voter pessimism and cost of living concerns. Therefore, our 2024 project for the city of Pinole was to design and execute a statistically valid objective study to assess the viability of the 3 funding mechanisms described by Director Guillory, and to report results back to the City Council and the public. We are thrilled to report this evening that in the city of Pinole's case, and what a wonderful evening it was to see this city acknowledge its staff and community so ardently. In fact, we see optimism from the city of Pinole voters, trust in city government, and clear voter preferences on the potential revenue mechanisms considered. In short, your community does buck the trend of what we're seeing in many communities in terms of optimism over pessimism. Next slide, please. Now we will turn it over to Lucia Del Pupo to review the methodology and the data.
Thanks, Catherine. Good evening. Thanks so much for having me here. It's a pleasure to walk you through some of the key findings from the survey. Before I get to the findings, I just want to quickly touch on our methodological approach. The survey was a dual mode voter survey. It was a random sample of likely November 2024 voters. So what that means is we draw a random sample of voters from the voter registration records, set demographic quotas to ensure that our survey sample is reflective of what the likely November electorate will look like, and then we contact folks. So the margin of error on the data is 4.9% and a 95% confidence interval. And the dual mode part is how we contact folks and how we talk to them. So the survey is available online and via phone. Via phone, we call folks who have landlines and cell phones. Online, it's available via email and then text message to a smartphone optimized version of the survey. And it was available in English and in Spanish, both online and via phone. And throughout the presentation, you'll notice some comparisons to prior year's data. Our firm actually did research for the city in 2022, so we have some comparisons to that data, as well as some of the city's own library of research from 2019. So, next slide. So getting into some of the issue context and the mood of the community, on the next slide, you'll see we asked voters whether they felt like the city was headed in the right direction or on the wrong track. 59% felt that it was headed in the right direction. Only 19% said wrong track, and 22% said don't know. This represents an improvement relative to 2019 and 2022 when it was roughly 47%, so pretty close in right direction. So overall, this mood has improved. And as Catherine noted, this is bucking a trend. We have seen statewide folks feeling pretty negatively about the direction of their individual communities. So to have a majority in this improvement is definitely a difference relative to other places. And on the next slide, we also asked about views of city government overall, and we did see that a majority have a favorable opinion of city government. 57% have a favorable opinion, only 19% have an unfavorable opinion, and roughly 1/4 didn't have one. So definitely net positive optimism there. And on the next slide, we also asked about satisfaction with a variety of metrics of quality of life within Pinole. Ratings of overall quality of life and safety in the city were very high. More than 8 in 10 said they were satisfied with life in the city on these attributes. Very few voters dissatisfied, less than 1 in 5. So that was a very positive finding. And roughly 2/3 were satisfied with the job the city is doing, providing city services, 69% satisfied to 20% dissatisfied, as well as the overall condition of infrastructure in the city, 68% satisfied to 28% dissatisfied. When it came to the condition of streets and roads, folks were more closely divided. 51% said they were satisfied, with 48% dissatisfied. And when it came to the management of city finances, this was also net positive, with 43% satisfied to 23% dissatisfied, and just over a third unable to offer an opinion. This is not an atypical result. There's often a relatively large group of people who are not very closely following city finances. So what we look at for that one is that it's net positive, and that's the perception that voters have right now. On the next slide, we look at some comparisons over time. And I will say, keeping in mind that 5-point margin of error, most of the things haven't really shifted relative to 2022 in terms of these perceptions, except for the overall conditions of streets and roads. The satisfaction has dropped from 66% in 2022 to 51% in 2024. So that is something that has shifted. And then on the next slide, we also asked about the perception of need for funding for city services. This question is often closely correlated with interest in supporting a finance measure. And we do see that a majority of voters overall see that there is at least some need for additional funding, but only 12% saying there's a great need. So ultimately that indicates that maybe voters are not always fully aware of the urgency of the need of the community. 29% said there's a little or no real need, and roughly 1 in 10 were unable to express an opinion. So overall, these numbers are relatively consistent with the past few years. And then on the next slide, we asked the same question with respect to the city's infrastructure. And there we saw that 61% said there was at least some need for funding, but the same dynamic where fewer voters were saying there was a great need, so potentially less awareness. And that's also an item where we saw higher satisfaction on overall conditions of infrastructure. So that can also impact perceptions of need. And then on the next slide, so we tested, as Catherine noted, and Markeisha noted as well, 3 funding mechanisms in this survey. So I'll walk first through the sales tax mechanism, and this is the ballot language that we tested. It was for a 1/2-cent sales tax, providing $2.5 million annually. On the next slide, you'll see that 67% of voters indicated they would vote yes on the proposed sales tax. At 62% said they were likely to vote definitely or probably yes. Just over 1/4 were opposed, with 28% no. So keeping in mind that that's a 50+1 measure with a 5-point margin of error, there is some wiggle room at this point in time with voter support relative to the requirement for success at the ballot. And then on the next slide, we can look at the charter and RPTT mechanism. And you'll see the language we tested was a 1.2% RPTT, generating $1.5 million annually, and also establishing the city as a charter city. This was also the measure, or a similar measure that we tested in 2022. The rates were slightly different at the time based on the financial information of the year. And on the next slide, you can see the comparison here. And we do see that a majority of voters oppose the proposed RPTT charter city mechanism. 54% indicated they would vote no, 38% said they would vote yes. In 2022, the community was also divided on this measure, and we saw that it didn't appear viable at the time, or it wasn't above the 50+1 threshold. And the same dynamic is happening in 2024. And then on the next slide, we look at the UUT mechanism, which tested an expansion of the city's existing 8% UUT to include water usage, to also fund general city services, so also would be a 50+1 measure. And on the next slide, we also see here voters' position on this, and we saw that 31% of voters indicated they would vote yes, 60% said they would vote no. So support for that one is also below that 50+1 support needed for the measure to succeed at the ballot. In this next section, we took a look at some of the spending priorities and provisions that voters prioritized and viewed as important. So the next two slides cover the top items that voters viewed as most important. We asked them if each of these was extremely important, very important, somewhat important, or not important, and they're ranked by the percentage who said they were extremely or very important. They're on the right-hand side of the slide. We saw that by far, providing safe and clean drinking water and maintaining 911 emergency response times were the most important, with 89% overall saying clean drinking water was important, 85% for that emergency response time item, and both of those had a majority of voters saying those were extremely important. Also very high in importance was keeping public areas healthy, safe, and clean, keeping funds local, maintaining fire protection and response, maintaining crime prevention, safe places for children to play, the city's financial stability, and protecting and maintaining essential services. All of those, you had approximately 8 in 10 or more saying these were very important. And then on the next slide, you see the list continued of other top priorities. So these are all things that also were highly important, maybe had a little bit less intensity, a little bit fewer voters saying they were extremely important, but still top priorities for the community. And these range from preventing property crime, retaining and attracting businesses, maintaining parks, maintaining the number of police officers, preventing funds being taken by Sacramento, repairing potholes, preventing cuts to police, repairing broken and deteriorating sidewalks, and maintaining youth programs. So then on the next slide, just quickly to wrap it up, from our perspective as a research firm, and you can see it on the next slide, is that overall the survey findings indicate that at this point in time, the only measure that is receiving that 50+1 support and exceeding that with the margin of error is the sales tax. So that's the one that we would consider viable at this point in time. And we did notice that overall, a majority of voters do see a need for funding for city services and city infrastructure, but as I highlighted earlier, there's a lower number who see a great need, so that's an opportunity to kind of communicate that need to folks. And just reiterating that those top priorities for voters really were the safe drinking water, keeping public areas safe and clean, maintaining emergency response, fire protection, and crime prevention. So, thank you. I'll pass it back to Catherine.
Thank you. Before we entertain questions and comments, I do want to mention a couple of common questions that many of our city councils have asked us during this period. So a very first common question when you are encountered with results that, in the case of the sales tax, are so strong, we're frequently asked, should we proceed directly to measure placement? Should we seek to place the measure on at the next city council meeting or very soon thereafter? And the answer to that is, even though it is, of course, in your wise judgments, how to execute on behalf of the community you serve, your constituents, in fact, still want to be asked. Imagine this polarized environment with many community members feeling disenfranchised. They do appreciate the opportunity to have this initial engagement continue for the next short period of time with additional engagement, invitations to provide input, etc. We do encourage the City Council to continue with additional public outreach for the next 10 weeks prior to placing anything on the ballot over the summertime. As your city attorney and Director Guillory have advised, the statutory deadline for placing a measure on the ballot is the first Friday in August. Secondly, many of our city councils do ask us, do we have the option of placing 2 measures on the ballot? And the answer is yes. In the most extreme case, one of our cities actually placed 9 measures on the ballot during one given municipal election. However, in 2024, in today's environment, with concerns about the economy and cost of living, we are finding in most of our communities that voters do have sensitivity to any action or contemplation by a city that appears to be overreach. So we would actually counsel a more focused approach. I think in the city of Pinole's case, your voters have very clear preferences about the mechanism that they would consider. So we would encourage the city to be to take the input in mind for your next steps. Going on to the next slide, please. Of course, in our 2022, and by the way, our organization also served the city back in the day in 2006 for a long time ago, Measure S, and for one of your UUT extensions. And in 2022, this was one of the things that we did to engage the public further following the survey results. We dropped a mailer community-wide in Pinole, inviting people to join the conversation about the future. We do believe that's very much in the tradition of the city's respect for and love for public engagement. And then the other item on this slide is a sample of, it happens to be from the city of Moore Park, paid digital media. And in their case, they branded their engagement around Tell Me More. They also had street and infrastructure needs. And people would click on a link and it would take them to a city website where they could ask questions, provide other input, etc. Next slide, please. The project timeline should the City Council opt to proceed. As I just mentioned, we would encourage the council to continue to engage the community through the month of June. And during the month of June, obviously your city attorney and city staff would be working to prepare a measure or measures for consideration by the City Council in July. Of course, the city could choose to submit that measure or measures earlier, with the deadline being the first Friday in August. Should the council choose to place a measure or measures on the ballot, we would then develop a municipal elections toolkit and confer closely with your city attorney and city staff on the toolkit elements. And during the months of September and October, conduct municipal election public information prior to your municipal election being conducted. With that, I think that concludes our formal presentation. Madam Mayor, we would be willing to entertain any questions or comments from the City Council.
Great. Thank you for your report, both of you. I'll turn to my right. Are there any questions? Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you both for being here, and thank you to our incredible Finance Director, Mike Guillory, for being online as well. Appreciate the presentation and very pleased, especially to see the favorability ratings about our local government. Great to see that we're going in the right direction here as a city. My only question for right now is on the projected revenue for each tax measure. And we've been briefed on this in the council a few times in the past. I don't remember the half-cent sales tax measure garnering $2.5 million annually. I do remember the transfer tax projected to garner more than $2 million. I'm not sure if that's changed since a prior time, but I'd love to know what was the change since then, if anyone on staff has that available.
I defer to Director Guillory if she happens to be on.
Yes, I was having a little bit of technical difficulties. Could you please repeat the question, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sure. So we've been briefed on the projected tax measure revenues for each measure in the past. And I don't remember the sales tax revenue projection to be $2.5 million annually. I remember it to be much, much lower than that. And I remember the transfer tax revenue to be much higher than what is projected here today. So I wanted to know if that was, if my memory serves me correctly, and if so, what has changed since the previous projections?
Yeah, so the sales tax was always 2.5 million. You may be thinking of the UUT, which was $500,000. But the sales tax was 2.5, and that aligns with what the city receives from the current half-cent sales tax, the Measure S 2006 and the Measure S 2014. So those projections would, that projection aligns with those two existing measures that we have. And then for the real property transfer tax, in previous reports, the amount was higher. Mm-hmm. We based it on what we received in prior years, which was higher. and the amounts that we've been receiving over the last 2 years have been lower. So that projection is based on the last 2 years of receipts from the transfer tax that we currently receive.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Murphy, any questions?
Sure. Thank you for your presentation, both of you. This is wonderful. It's always great to get a report card. I didn't realize that in school that I'd actually love a report card now these days. And so seeing, I think, your first slide about just the right direction, that's really great to know. Now I'm like, can I go back to those people and ask what they mean by right direction? This is really great. This is really great work. I have a few questions. First of all, in my presentation that you all gave me, you gave me an appendix with household income. Can you elaborate on that a little bit just to make sure we can?
Yes, can we advance to the appendix, please?
Sure. I think, so obviously in ensuring that the sample is demographically representative of the electorate, one of the questions we ask for analysis, so both for representation but also for analysis reasons, frankly, is income. And we thought it was interesting to include and show that across household income levels, the support was quite strong for the sales tax. And also was consistent for the other mechanisms as well. So it didn't seem like household income was really influencing voters' positions on these measures at this point in time.
On the sales tax measure?
On the sales tax, but also on the other two, it was relatively consistent. You can see that if they can flip to the next slide, we can show it on the screen. So there is some variation when it comes to the RPTT, but fundamentally the finding is the same, that no group is offering 50% support across income levels. It is stronger among those lower income levels than
Right.
Yeah,
I just see the opposition towards the real estate property transfer taxes there's increasing opposition as you have higher income, which makes sense that if people buy property, they don't. Okay.
and they're more likely to be homeowners already. Although we did see that when we looked at it also by homeownership and renters, there was the same dynamic. Again, homeowners were a little bit more opposed, but renters were not, offering majority support either. So.
Wonderful. Is your agency prepared to resource us with additional demographic information if we were to move forward with, for example, one of these taxes? So if we're looking at the sales tax, I'm really interested in knowing how many of those people are of a certain age. So are, the same kind of appendix you have, are you prepared to provide our agency with additional demographic information if we move forward with one?
We have all this data available, yeah.
By age?
Yes, by age.
Race?
Yes, yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah. By renter or homeowner?
By own and rent, yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I just had to be very clear since we're in a public meeting.
Well, because we wouldn't, there might be a data point we don't have. So
right. By energy storage usage?
No, I don't have that one, unfortunately.
Thank you. I have one other question, and it's on page... sorry. I lost the page. Give me one moment. Oh, so thank you. So it's on page 19 of the presentation. So the analysis you all provided, first of all, thank you for providing the 2022 numbers. Those are the time where I was on First Council, and you also provided 2019, I believe, for some. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for that. That consistency is really helpful, and having that data is just generally incredibly helpful. Whether or not, the score improves or changes is just, again, a helpful context. One of the considerations that we've had as residents come to speak to us about the real property transfer tax is the acknowledgement that it's kind of a twofold system, right? If we have a real estate property transfer tax, perhaps there's also a need for us to have a charter city. That's the consideration that us as a council we need to make. The question that you all provided doesn't really lay into the proposed charter city question, or it doesn't lean into a question around proposed charter city. So I'm just wondering, did you ask that question, or did the 410 interviewees understand that is a concept as a part of RPTT, or how did you map that out in terms of your analysis?
Yeah, so to to keep things balanced, I mean, we describe the proposals in very similar terms also because we want to get kind of a reaction to what could appear on the ballot. And so the way we did that was by including it's actually on the prior slide, on slide 18, this is the question they heard. And so they see the phrase basically establishing Pinole as a charter city for the sole purpose of enacting a 1.2% RPTT.
Okay, so that was the connection, but there wasn't a separate question around do you support a charter city or something to that?
That's correct, because our organization has successfully directed some charter city measures where there's a standalone charter city question. And not all agencies considering charter measures are contemplating on the same ballot a corresponding revenue measure. As the years have rolled on and our ballots have gotten longer, we have found, as an example, we worked with the city of Emeryville some years back where the ballot questions were bifurcated. There was a very specific charter measure ballot question and then a separate revenue measure ballot question. But obviously, we're seeing increasing voter fatigue these days, longer ballots, mail ballots now, information overload. So for those entities contemplating in the near term an outcome of becoming a charter city, a revenue measure, combining the two concepts in this manner is a fairly common way of evaluating viability and in some cases actually placing a ballot question that looks like this on the ballot.
Wonderful. Okay. And then my last question is just around the slides 24, 25. What I always find interesting, I remember in 2022 we did something very similar. You all provided the feedback around this. And I always think it's so both interesting but exciting for me to hear that Pinole residents really care about water. I mean, that is, it kind of, whether it's talking about drought or providing safe, clean water, it seems that that's a consistent issue salience for Pinole residents. So that was interesting to see. Based on the ranking that you have, is this how you were asking the questions, or is this the ranking that moved? So for example, did voters get a variety of these and then decide? Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so this is the list of the top items, but voters heard all of these items. Some of the items were split sampled, which means we divide the sample into two groups demographically comparable. We do that because these are really long lists and we want to avoid respondent fatigue, but they're asked in a random order. Okay. So that eliminates any bias of hearing it in a specific order. And they're just ordered here by the priority level. The priority. Basically.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm assuming that if somebody heard safe, clean water first, they would be supportive and put that. But it sounds like what I'm hearing is based on the kind of random sample order. This is what we came up with. I mean, this is what the residents of Pinole care about. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a follow-up to one of the questions I had. And the presentation that I was referencing for the public, if you're wondering, it's on our November 7th, 2023 meeting. And it was a presentation from Baker Tilly on the City of Pinole's long-range fiscal forecast options. And so it does say here that the projected revenue for the transfer tax was $2 million plus. And it categorized that as a high fiscal impact, which is more than $500,000 per year. And then the sales tax was categorized as having moderate fiscal impact, which was between $200,000 and $500,000. So that was sort of the confusion I had, but just for public reference and staff's reference for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tave, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I know why that happened. I think the 1.5 million came from a 10-year moving average that we did back in 2019. So it was like around March 2019. I think that's kind of where that 1.5 came from. Also, we're expecting the average to be $12 within the region. Some cities in that presentation had $15 plus, which could have meant that disconnect is where the 2 million versus the 1.5 million came from. I think we got it. I know there's a lot of variations and stuff that goes on here. So I think that we got good feedback from this. So I just want to thank you guys for doing the report and the polling. I did want to ask one question about the half cent. Is that half cent per dollar spent? Okay, that was something because I know that the $12 is per thousand, which would make it $1.20 per $100, right? Like, if we were to do it that way, or 1.2 cents, right? So it is a larger amount, but one time upon sale. I don't know if that was like the scale. Do people understand that in that kind of poll, or is it more just that high dollar, 1.5 million or two? Because when someone hears that, they're like, "Oh wow, that's great," but you would never have to pay that if you don't sell your home.
Yeah, and that's, I think, to answer your question, to provide an even playing field, we don't provide like additional context when they hear that ballot measure.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Other than that, I just was wondering, looking at these, I thought the UUT would have went over better, but I know Pinole's not a stranger to sales taxes, and I think is very familiar, which is probably why everybody kind of leaned towards the sales tax, because for a long time we've been doing sales taxes, and I think Ms. Lou mentioned that we've been doing them for a while, and that you've helped us do them. So seeing these numbers come out, I feel like Pinole's pretty familiar with it. I wanted to ask, and is there a way to get a sense of, a sales tax fluctuates with the economy, right? So when the economy's up, we make more money. When the economy's down, people buy less, we don't get sales tax. The difference between the transfer tax and the sales tax, and something I've been wrestling with for quite a long time, since 2019 and on, is that if the economy goes up, people buy and sell homes. Economy goes down, people still buy and sell homes. That number seems to always continuously be making money, where sales tax is a little bit harder. Is there a difference? I always feel like no matter what, people are still buying and selling in Pinole homes. But if the groceries go to $100 to $300, there's definitely going to be a $250 or $200. You're going to start scaling. And I'm just wondering, is there a way to capture that? Or do I got a good read on that based on your experience with other cities?
Well, this is in a way, we are our worst sample, because I would venture to speculate that everyone in this room is used to studying a lot of policy information, documents, etc., where the average person and the working voter probably receives their ballot, many of them, does their best to read the information and understand it, and then marks on their gut. Mm-hmm. And we were successful representing the city. It was our privilege to assist in extending the UUT. We did a lot of UUT work over the years. We've done real property transfer work. But in the recent election cycles, we have found the simpler, the better. Sales tax is very, very easy for a broad spectrum of constituencies to understand. And we also find that people feel as though others are sharing in the cost. It is, in fact, not attached to one's home or utility use, but visitors to your community also share in the cost, as an example. It's not applied to items purchased, to prescription medication or food. Mm-hmm. So it's just a very user-friendly concept for the voter to understand.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Martinez-Rubin.
Yes. Hello. I have several questions. I realize that there are only so many words that can be placed on a poll, and the questions framed in a particular way. I noticed a couple of things, and I am curious about, even though they may not have, the explanations may not have appeared in the poll. There, with the opening question about the direction of the city, were you able to obtain any more specifics about what direction meant?
No, and this question is one that many people have been frustrated with for a very long time, but the polling industry keeps using because we have data basically dating back to the 1940s using that question. So we don't ask people to elaborate. We basically are asking them for their gut reaction, and then we rely on the other questions, right, such as the satisfaction metrics or evaluations of local government to provide the context of what that means. So.
Okay. Thanks for confirming that. Related to the questions as they were phrased for the particular measures, I noticed that on page 21, no, pardon me, let me go back. The language is ever so slightly different for the sales tax ballot language that was tested and the transfer tax. For the sales tax ballot language, we start with essential services, which even colloquially, essential connotes very special, very perhaps of higher value. Whereas the language for the transfer tax speaks to general purpose, I believe. Tell me why that is intentionally that way.
Yes, and I will definitely defer to Catherine, too, to talk a little bit more about this. Frankly, both of them had very similar projects included in the list, and this was based on our prior polling to make sure that we were testing the strongest language. We did tweak the language a little bit, partly to meet these legal requirements, but also because, for example, we have to stay within 75 words, and with the RPTT, we have to include more regulatory language around the charter city. So we had to change kind of the phrasing a little bit. So I don't know, Catherine, if there's anything else you want to add to that.
The only comment that I would make is obviously to reassure the council and the public at large that each and every question is carefully crafted, also based on a common format and form of question. So because our organization has enacted 158 sales taxes, we have an incredible body of archives of how sales tax measure language is presented. And then for each mechanism, there's a format for how that mechanism is presented. But I just want to say out loud, a lot of people question whether polling is valid. And we do stand behind the statistical validity of our work and the very strong reactions for each of the three mechanisms do speak to the fact that there's no thumb on the scale, so to speak. The results between the three mechanisms were not close.
Yeah, thank you for that. And more especially, thank you for the randomization, both of the sample as well as the order of questions and response options. So thank you for that. Businesses, there's a mention of businesses. Again, was there anything more specific as to types of businesses?
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll live with that then. Okay. All right. Okay, that's it. The other comments have to do with when we get to discussion among council members. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The only question I had is, I was looking at the calendar. The first Friday in August is August 2nd. So the council meeting prior to that, where the last council meeting we would have to put something on the ballot, would be July 16th. And then backing up 2 weeks from that, I believe July 2nd, we are not meeting, and that's correct? Okay. Okay, so we have, another meeting in May, 2 meetings in June, and 1 meeting in July to hear from the public about putting this on the ballot. So I just wanted to just kind of bring that up. So I didn't have any questions, so I will open it up to.
Mayor, if I may, just one more. Thank you. On my note on this, given that you presented or you actually administered the survey both in English and Spanish, can you let us know what was the response in terms of either language, percentage-wise? And were those percentages, those subsets representative? And how could we know that?
Yes. So I can tell you that 7% of respondents responded to the survey in Spanish. So I don't remember off the top of my head how many voters requested a ballot in Spanish. I can definitely follow up with the city on that, but that would be kind of the comparable metric. But definitely by race and ethnicity, it is comparable to the electorate.
I'm not sure what that means. I check off a certain race and ethnicity, but I may speak a language that doesn't
Right,
quite
exactly.
coincide.
So I'm saying definitely by the race and ethnicity grouping, and the 7% Spanish, I just need to double check how that item compares to the.
Thank you. That would help not only for this particular poll, but I think as we continue talking as a council about having engagement in different languages, that it's just another set of data that either confirms or supports or somehow has us, allows us to direct efforts, future efforts as needed.
Yeah, and I will add that I think offering the survey in both languages in both modes is very helpful. In 2022, we only did the phone interviews, and we got 3% interviews in Spanish. So there has been an increase in response by including both modes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I will open it up to the public.
Okay, we have several cards. William Horton, then Raphael Menace, and then Eric Myers.
Mayor and Council, I'm Pinole voter William Horton, and yes, you have a deficit budget in Pinole for next June. Nobody likes to pay taxes, so much you must speak about the quality of life. You have to speak about police, fire, parks, and streets. That's how you have to sell it. And I am encouraged to see these polling results tonight. That's very good news. Passing a ballot measure requires several things. First, financial need. You have a $1.3 million deficit looming. 2, acceptable tax method. Voters do not like air, water, food, or property taxes, and I think your polling showed that. 3, an affordable amount spread over many people. And 4, good public information, not only before, but after the election. You need to communicate with the voters consistently. As far as specifics, considering utility tax with added water, I have a handout for you. From 2010, voters rejected taxing air and water. That's the first one. 2018, utility tax passed 70% plus, but it was the same rate and the same services. Nothing changed. If you change things, it's not a likely success, especially with PG&E increasing rates. It's not a good time to do that. Next one is property transfer tax in Charter City proposal. And again, I don't have a newspaper from that time, but 1997, voters rejected the utility tax and the transfer tax in that election. The feeling of the voters was too many bonds and parcel taxes and things. So that is also not a likely one, because sellers lose their life savings and home equity. That's their biggest asset that the owners of homes have. And my favorite one is the half-cent sales tax, which would be Pinole's third one. And as has been mentioned, to provide it again, food and prescriptions are exempt, so the necessities are provided for. And the sales tax is spread over all shoppers, including out-of-town visitors who come in and use our roads. So that provides some coverage for that. And you pay more sales tax if you spend more. If you buy large TVs and other luxuries, then you're going to spend more sales tax. It's under your control. And El Cerrito passed a third sales tax some years ago, and I gave a note to the city attorney that you should check to see if there's some ruling from Sacramento if a third sales tax is permitted or if you need some special legislation. Our friends in Sacramento should provide us with the chance to get our own ballot measure. Good night and good luck.
Thank you, Will. Next speaker. Oh, thank you. Yeah, come on up, Raphael.
Yep, just wanted to wait for Will to finish passing out his handout before I began my comments. So, good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Raphael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I have several questions. First, following up on Councilmember Murphy's questions, I'd like to know if the general public can see the crosstabs of a general data set for the survey. I think it would be interesting to see the data breakdowns based on renter versus homeowner, as well as already shown income range, also age, employment status, I think might also be an interesting thing to look at. Secondly, I noted that in past surveys that were done for the real property transfer tax in particular, I don't have the exact text in front of me right now, it's been a few years, but I recall that multiple different levels of the transfer tax were polled, and that the 0.8% polled at a higher level than the 1.2%, and that it was also considered that the city could perhaps consider a tiered tax, where the transfer tax would only apply above a certain value threshold, say properties worth $1 million or more. So a question I have would it be possible to do a survey asking for people's opinion on multiple different potential kinds of the transfer tax, like, for example, a transfer tax at 0.8 versus 1.2, a transfer tax if it only applied to properties of above $1 million in value versus all properties? Because I think that might have an impact on the electorate's overall level of support for the measure, even given the increased level of opposition as income increased. Secondly, I'd note that the way that the questions were structured, as Councilmember Martinez-Rubin noted, for the sales tax ballot language, it talks about things like maintaining financial stability, providing essential services, preventing crime, and adopting a measure. It doesn't ever use the word expand. Whereas if you look at the language for the charter measure or the utility user tax, the first word it says to expand locally controlled funding. And then for the UUT, it says provide funding by expanding Pinole's existing 8% users utility tax to include water usage. So in your professional opinion, do you think that using the language of expansion versus adoption may have impacted the way that voters considered the various measures? And finally, I noted that one of the primary things, you could see this on slide number 19, I believe, was a significant drop in the probably yes category for the proposed charter / real property transfer tax measure. And I wonder, A, whether the questions were comparable between the 2 years, and B, what you think the reasons were if they were comparable for that drop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, fellow people in the audience here. My name's Eric Myers. I've had my office here in Pinole 20 years this year. We built our office in 2004, back then when we had a redevelopment agency. So I've been very happy to be here. I'm a resident of Hercules, but I feel like I'm a Pinolean too. I graduated from the high school here in town back in 1991. So I thought coming here tonight would be to say some things I've said before when real property transfer tax was on the agenda, and kind of give my opinion of why I think it's unfair, why I don't think we should look to just a certain class of citizens and people who live in our community to foot the bill for our budget. And we shouldn't go after people's nest eggs to balance our budget. And we shouldn't create a larger barrier for first-time buyers who want to come to our community. And I've said that before here. I've said it in Hercules when it was up there. And fortunately, people listened. But I'm pleased to hear tonight that not only the people in this community gave you a good report card, which you deserve, but they also did my work for me tonight. And they said, no, even more so, we don't like real property transfer tax. We're okay with sales tax. And I think you should thank your lucky stars as elected officials that people actually voted in favor of a tax, period, let alone a sales tax. And really take note of that. And I think if you do, I think you'll continue to get a good report card from your constituents, that you listen and you take the time and you do the outreach. And although some of us may have our personal views about different taxes and what may be appropriate for the community, I think really listening to the poll that you paid the taxpayers money to get and listening to the taxpayers would be the way to go here. I personally don't like sales tax, and I don't like it being over 10% in the city I work in, but I get it. You know, you got to raise taxes to provide services, and that's just the way it goes. But please leave real property alone. There's enough expenses that go with it, and let's really preserve housing affordability and respect the equity that all of the hardworking members of our community have built over their lifetime, some of them here in Pinole. So thank you for listening to me, and keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Next, we have Irma Ruport and then Noreen Bueller. Oh, she left. Okay.
Thank you. Can I speak now? Okay. Really quick, Mayor, Council, I know this is a heavy item. Taxes, I know we're all overwhelmed. However, we have to do something. I agree. The real estate transfer tax charter city, I think it's out of the question. It shouldn't be there. I think the sales tax or the UT would be the best bet. You know, the voters out there, especially right now, a lot of people can't afford it. I think it's true, the prior gentleman that spoke. I agree with him. Across the board, everybody pay their fair share. Don't just go to one group and have them pay and not the rest of us. And the other thing, I really love the sales tax and the UUT, because how many times have you heard out there, 101 times, million times, potholes? Here it is, right here, people. Let's do something about it. Let's get something passed, get started on it. And I was very, very happy and delighted to know about grants, which our city hasn't had very many of. So maybe let's move that grant item and let's get one of these taxes in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I know Noreen Buller left, but she along with a number of other people sent an email, which we all got.
And Mayor, we do have one online.
Yes.
We have Debbie, no last name stated. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it is Debbie Long. And am I ready to go?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. While I understand your need for additional revenue, I don't agree with your intent to raise taxes in conjunction with changing from a general law city to a charter city. Increasing the real estate transfer tax puts another additional tax burden on the homeowner and will adversely affect the senior population as well as new home buyers. And it doesn't really matter if you say the buyer and seller can share the tax burden. It all will be reflected in the sales price of the home and the net to the seller. Home ownership is not a business and should not be taxed like it is in order for government agencies to raise revenue. Increasing a tax when a home sells is no different than taxing a person when they close a savings account. And when you want to increase revenue, make sure that you factor in that with the jump in the PG&E by over 20%, you will already realize more money from the UUT. Not to mention that property taxes increase each year. And what a few of you don't realize is the cost of living has jumped astronomically. And I'm not talking about the inflation numbers that the government would like you to believe, because they don't take into account the cost of housing or gasoline. Gas is well over $5 per gallon and will increase soon for the summer blend. Groceries are over 25% higher than the previous years. And as I mentioned, all utilities have increased 20% as well. And insurance, both for autos and homes, has increased between 20 and 40%. We all have to tighten our belts, and it should first be done at home. And in this case, home is a city. So I would suggest that until you have a finalized budget to present to the community showing each and every cut, please don't ask the citizens to support increased taxes. However, I believe that the taxes that should be considered and put forth to the community are as shown tonight. I think the polls show that out and reflect the fact that a sales tax is probably the best alternative for us to get a little bit better handle on our budget. But you have to include getting a handle on that budget, making some of the hard choices and cutting taxes within your own expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
Yes, we have a telephone caller on the line. Last four numbers 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name's Anthony, longtime resident, senior citizen, homeowner, taxpayer of over 40 years in the city of Pinole. I want to extend the kudos to the previous two speakers. I think it was Mr. Horton and Mr. Menes, who made some very good comments regarding what should be looked at and how it should be looked at in view of what the city can handle at this time, or the voters, that is regarding the basic infrastructure needs of the citizens of Pinole, that built around police safety, fire, our parks, and our streets. And I don't think they're in a position to be piled on with more than two initiatives, if not three, this time. And that being said, we need to try and do some things ahead of time so that the general public have a more positive outlook in mind and what the city is doing with the current funding and the infrastructure, and just not let everything go to pot for the next 6 months with increased retail crime up and down Fitzgerald Drive to protect the citizens and existing business owners, as well as attract other business owners, because it's not going down, and we don't have a strategy in place by the police department as far as how we're going to do that with the new interim city manager or police chief to reduce retail crime theft, even though we didn't get the grant like San Ramon and some of the other cities for retail crime. We have to work with what we have, boots on the ground, maybe more foot patrol.
Sir, you have 45 seconds.
And so on, as well as do some more street improvement work, like the rails and bridges that were knocked out on Pinole Valley Road just past the fire station, and the overpass on I-80 with the aluminum temporary structure there, and some of the things in our parks, like fix up the restrooms and put new toilet seat covers on them, and do some things like about a dozen trash cans around Pinole Valley Parks and the dog park with covers on them so they can be used to recycle. But I would just stick to the basic sales tax for this year, and maybe next year consider something else right now moving forward to get one of those initiatives.
Okay, thank you. Any other public speakers?
Yes, we have Mary Horton.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
I too am in favor of the sales tax, utility users tax. With the opening of Pinole Vista, the expansion, it doubled our sales tax revenue. And so in addition to supporting the sales tax, I would ask the council to look at how we're going to take care of the crime with our retailers. Some kind of cooperation with the police department and a chamber of commerce, and some way to reduce the crime, because people are actually fearful of shopping right now. And we need to guard that, because we certainly, don't have to look too far down the freeway to see what has happened if you don't take care of your retail sales base. So I think the sales tax, I recognize the Lou Edwards group here. I think that's a simple thing to follow and to accept, and I think it's a revenue producer. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments?
No more public comments.
We will bring it back to the council, and they are looking for direction. I will just chime in and say that, I don't want to miss this opportunity on putting forward a measure that won't be successful. And I think the survey data shows us that a sales tax measure can be successful. I would like to, continue to have this discussion until July so that we provide, many more opportunities for the public to weigh in. And I know that, down the line, we will have to have a ballot measure prepared and then plan for, the July date, the mid-July meeting to take action on it. So that's the direction I would like to see us go. But I don't know if others have any thoughts.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask what more discussion. I think at the council level, to me, I feel like.
Well,
I'm there to make a motion to move forward and then really start to engage the community. Ultimately, this isn't our call, right? Our job was to do the research, engage the consultants, weigh out the options, and put forward the best option that we think Pinole needs, wants, desires. I'm trying to figure out what those.
I think that
further discussion.
If we gave direction to move forward with the half-cent sales tax measure, our city attorney would have to prepare a resolution and ballot language for us to consider on the July 16th at the latest, July 16th council meeting, in order for it to make the deadline to be on the ballot. But there's 4 more meetings where we can continue to hear from the public. I understand that was one of the findings, is that we need to continue to engage the public, and we can do that in the next 4 meetings, as well as having the item come to us in a resolution in July. We don't have a resolution to adopt in front of us.
Okay, so then we would be providing direction to move forward in formulating that?
Correct.
Okay. I guess, what type of outreach were you thinking, and, what would be recommended?
I don't have a recommendation other than, continue to hear from the public. We can do some messaging, through our assistant city manager that does messaging. I don't think we have to have an agenda item until July 16th, but we can certainly encourage people to come forward and give us feedback, whether it's from public comment or through social media posts, that sort of thing.
Well, Mayor, I would, if we're talking about education, I would love to, we talked about some of the subsets of population that you all have interviewed. I'd love to see that. I don't know if that's an additional presentation, but I don't think it necessarily qualifies the decision point. I mean, I think you all have given us what you have, but it definitely qualifies us to be better servants to our community. So just understanding who's the who and how they're thinking helps me out. I don't know if that's a staff report, staff memo, or another presentation from you folks at our next meeting or one of our future meetings before July would be really incredible work. But I don't know if that's the public education we need in reference to passing a sales tax. That's the education I think I, as a council member, very much value, and I think our community would probably value to understand our community more, basically. But that's just my suggestion.
Yeah.
I mean, is that your question, Councilmember?
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out next steps. And I mean, to me, I was a big proponent of the transfer tax because I feel it's more stable income or tax revenue. But I mean, looking at this, I think that to the mayor's point, the data is showing sales tax, right? And my fear is going into November, I mean, indicators are showing. Inflation rates are up, price of housing is up, food, gas, landfills are not getting many volumes. People are slowing down on purchasing things, or at least those are indicators, right? What do we know, right? But in a bad economy, sales tax doesn't, people are buying less. So I'm just trying to understand moving forward with this sales tax, what's the impact, right? And is there any reason why we shouldn't just, kind of lay out exactly what we're going to need moving into July, including the engagement now? I mean, I think that's what we're trying to do, but I don't know if more surveys will work. I think they're just going to tell us the same thing. And as I said earlier, Pinole is not unfamiliar with the sales tax. I think everybody here is very familiar with it. The jump to a RPTT is a little bit more, it was clear in the survey, there's more education needs to happen. I think people don't understand it as much as we probably would need them to. And if you put it up against the sales tax, I think they're going to go or lean more towards what they know. So,
Mayor, I have a quick question.
Yes.
The placement of the measure on the ballot, what's the cost for that, City Attorney Casher? Or Director Guillory? I don't know if she's here, but.
Yeah, so I'm trying to recall from when we've done this previously. It's I think in the 10, so staff time and everything included, I think it's kind of 10 to 20,000.
Okay.
Maybe, is I think a rough estimate.
Okay, and that's to place one. Is it per ballot measure?
It would, I think there's an economy of scale. So if you're kind of doing multiple, it wouldn't cost as much. But that's the staff time to prepare. There will be a public hearing. Sure. We have to draft the ballot language. There's a impartial analysis from the city attorney. There's a lot of kind of just reports that go into it. So there would need to be at least one more public hearing for a sales tax measure.
Okay. The cost estimates that you have, you're saying staff time of staff we already have, or new staff that we'd be hiring, consultants that we'd be hiring?
This is kind of based on my recollection of when we've done this previously. It's existing staff time, basically. Yeah.
And is there a charge to place a ballot on the measure from the county clerk or secretary of state's office?
I believe there is. I don't know the exact amount of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Liu, did you have an answer to that?
Yes, the county registrar of voters will send the city a bill, and it's not possible to predict at this point. They will not give you a cost until, in many cases, after Labor Day, because they base their costs on a pro rata share of how many measures are on the ballot.
Across the county?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. That's helpful to know. It's not as helpful as us budgeting, because my next question was, can we prepare those budget proposals together? Is there a way that we can track previous accounts from other cities. I'm assuming those would be public documents.
The best approach perhaps is your city clerk might consider contacting the registrar of voters to see if they have any prediction on what the cost to the city would be, given the number of measures that are contemplated for the ballot.
Okay. Can I ask that staff give us information back at our next meeting about that? Just estimates on, as Ms. Liu just stated, the city clerk or city attorney's office, whatever is the best suit, reaching out to the county clerk or the secretary of state to see the estimated cost of putting one measure on the ballot versus the estimated cost of putting two measures on the ballot. I would like to just see that. I know we're not deciding that, but I would like to see that information at least to have.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so we have engaged our consultant, our pollster, to assess the viability, the likelihood that voters would vote on a measure that would generate revenue for the city. And the poll was a randomized vote, a randomized poll, so as best as we can tell, it is representative of how voters will vote. So there were three measures, and the one that, for which we have the greatest indication, greatest likelihood that voters are going to agree to is the sales tax measure. So I'm ready to make a motion that the city council go in the direction of placing a sales tax measure, a sales tax of 0.5%, that kind of measure on the November ballot. Now, question to city attorney, regardless of which measure we identify tonight, we still need to have a hearing about that at the next council meeting. Is that correct?
So it depends. So if the city council would like to move forward with a charter city measure and a real property transfer tax, we would need to have a public hearing at the May 21st city council meeting, just due to the timing and the procedural requirements for a charter city measure. If we're just doing a sales tax measure, that public hearing can wait until July. It could wait till later on.
Okay.
Same with the UUT.
Okay, so I will qualify the direction is to have the council agree to place a sales tax measure, 0.5%, for the first public hearing in July, so that we gauge then, and have the public have an opportunity to weigh in, and then take those results and see about placing the measure on the ballot in November.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Just a quick question. The process around the sales tax measure as is recommended in the motion, does that require a regularly scheduled meeting, or is it able to be a special meeting as well?
Good question. So we'd want to do that at a regularly scheduled city council meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'd have plenty of time to do that at this point.
So given the schedule that the mayor just mentioned, we typically cancel our July 2nd or the first meeting of July. That means that we would have that one meeting of July that we typically have to hold the special, the public hearing, and that would be the final public hearing we would have around this item if this motion is approved.
Yeah, so if the city council directs staff to move forward with a sales tax measure, we will look narrowly focus on that one measure, figure out the procedural steps and requirements around that. Okay. I'll be providing the council with advice on, the do's and don'ts, what we can do to advocate for. There's also things that I know the city's going to want to do to, guard the kind of likely support that we have at this point. So we'll be advising on all of those things in addition to community engagement and working with our consultants on that. But so it'll be a process, but we do have time for a sales tax measure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Quick
go ahead.
question. Mr. Horton brought up a good point. Is there a limit to how many taxes you can have? And when you hit that threshold, what would be the next steps? Or have we hit that threshold?
Yeah, very good question. So, and thank you, Mr. Horton, for the question. So it's less an issue of the number of sales taxes that you bring forward, and there's a cap on the total amount of sales tax that you can actually impose within the city. So this half-cent sales tax would bring us, there's a cap that's implied, that's essentially set forth at the state level under state law. So this half-cent sales tax would bring us up to the cap, but not exceed it. If we were to exceed that cap, we would then need to go to the state legislature to seek their support to exceed it. That's for cities that want to go above what's allowed under state law. You can seek relief and get support from the state legislature, but we would not need that at this point for a half-cent sales tax.
So I just wanted to make sure we know, like, this is the last bite of the apple before you have to take further steps. So, and I hate that term, bite of the apple. I don't know why I said that, but really it's like, this is really what, that limit. So after this, and, we really have to start talking about other options.
Correct.
I second.
Okay.
Mayor called a question.
So any other? Okay, with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That's 5-0. Thank you all for coming out.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next item is under item 12, new business. And that is 12A, introduction and review of the public review draft climate action and adaptation plan. And the action is to receive a presentation and provide direction. And we have Kapil Amin and Lily Whalen. And we have some other folks that will be introduced to us. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, good. Good evening again, Madam Mayor, council members. And, well,
Excuse me, can you folks just take it right outside in the entryway? Thank you.
thank you. So in October of 2021, the council adopted a resolution declaring a climate emergency in Pinole and directed staff with that resolution to take certain actions, including conducting an inventory of greenhouse gas emissions and preparing a climate action plan. Staff has provided a month-by-month list of activities that the council, staff, the city's consultant, Pinoleans, and the larger regional community worked on from November of 2021 through tonight in the staff report. And I'm very proud of the work that was done during that time. The draft climate action and adaptation plan you have before you tonight is reflective of the Pinole community. It is innovative and it is creative. I'd like to also give huge credit and thanks to our sustainability fellow, Kapil Amin, who's in the audience this evening, without whom this plan and community engagement particularly would, to develop the plan, would not have been half as robust. So many, many kudos to him. So with that, I'd like to introduce the council to the city's consultant that's been doing a lot of the work on this plan behind the scenes. And the consultant is Rincon. And Hannah Mize and Eric Feldman are here to give you an overview of the plan. And after they conclude, then we'll be available for questions you might have. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you for having us here tonight. We're really excited to talk about the climate action and adaptation plan. And I want to echo what Lily said, that this really is a plan that reflects the community. There was a lot of engagement with city staff, with community members. And again, Kapil, you crushed it. So great job on that. It was a lot of work and really shows in the plan, I think. So we can jump to the next slide here. We have a quick agenda. As part of this process, we did a lot of, like we would mentioned, engagement. One of these pieces was creating a logo here that you'll see throughout the document. And today we're going to discuss the goals, really, of the meeting, why we're here, what we're talking about, the purpose of the climate action plan, the structure of how that was kind of developed, how we got here today. As Lily mentioned, this was not a quick process. These are very kind of robust pieces of planning documents that take a while, and there's, wanted to run through what we did to get here, talk about the key strategies, and then next steps. All right, so the goal of the meeting is to get review this document as a team, want to get any feedback. If there's questions or comments, concerns, we'd love to hear them. I think that's really, again, process here that we have valued in Pinole. There's been a lot of engagement. So please, if there are thoughts or questions, we'd open it up at the end here. The purpose of the CAP, this is a vision statement that was developed through the process here with the city, and it's really to safeguard the environment, enhance the quality of life for residents, include equity in decision-making, strengthen the local economy, and continue to reduce emissions within the city in line with the state's goals. We're going to talk a little bit more about the goals later, but really want to just set the stage here and identify how we're moving forward in this equitable pathway where we're all doing this and doing work together. Next slide, please. All right, so for this one, really important kind of component to understand, this Climate Action and Adaptation Plan includes both mitigation and adaptation. So we're looking to both reduce emissions and also adapt to the actual or expected impacts of climate change. So we understand that the climate is changing and there are things that we can do to reduce that, and how can we start to really adapt to the world that we're going to be living in. So that's going to be things like disaster preparedness. We heard earlier today ideas about getting grants for different programs and resilience centers. That's going to be a really big part of the adaptation component. We also want to, here in Pinole, really focus on restoring habitat connectivity and protecting the environment as much as it is, for people to enjoy. I think that's something really important for this community. And then also this intersection where we want to have more trees because they reduce emissions. They also provide shade and provide battery backup, stuff like that. So it's really a holistic plan that includes a wide range of initiatives. Next slide, please. All right, as I mentioned, this has been a pretty robust process. It's a cyclical process in a lot of ways. It's really starting at the emission baseline, so we will get an inventory, we'll collect data, and start to analyze the emissions within the city. We gather feedback, share that information out, make sure everybody kind of understands where we're at as we start to move forward. And then we take those inventories. In this case, we did both a municipal and a community, and we'll talk a little bit more about those in a second. But we take that information and start to identify strategies and work with the community based on best practices and current plans and policies in place to develop initiatives that help the city reach the goals, but also really build on what's been successful. So I think that's something that's really a cool part here. We also share those out, gather some more feedback. It's really a community process. At the end of this, we, I think, Councilmember Murphy, you mentioned a plan that sits on a shelf. That there's a lot of plans that have traditionally been plans, and we want this document to do something where it goes beyond that. And it's something where the city at the end of this has a lot of excitement. There's a lot of ownership over it, and people are excited and know that their feedback was taken into account. Once we have those strategies drafted, we'll develop the CAP, which kind of compiles all of the information. I'm sure everybody here has had a chance to kind of peruse it, but it is a long document. It kind of coalesces all of the pieces of the puzzle that got into this so far. After that, developing the framework, we gather some more feedback, develop a final CAP, implement it, and then in a few years, take another inventory to see where we're at, and the whole process starts again. So it really is cyclical. Next slide. As Lily mentioned, this is the development based on a resolution from the City Council. This was in 2021 that declared a climate emergency and developed the staff to take specific actions, one of which was developing a climate action and adaptation plan. So check that box, now we can start implementing. The structure of the CAP, you'll see a slide or an image on the right here of the slide. This is what our climate action and adaptation plan looks like. When you look through the document, you'll see an introduction, which provides a background. It kind of sets the stage. It allows everyone to get on the same page about what climate action is and what the background is, the legislation, really just providing some context. Then we dive a little bit deeper into the greenhouse gas emissions forecasts and target section. That's really specific to Pinole. As I mentioned, we did a municipal and a community-based inventory or community inventory. The purpose there is to understand where resources are used in the city and then help us identify pathways where we can start to reduce those. Those pathways are identified in the climate action measures and climate adaptation section, both specific. Again, climate action goes to kind of reducing greenhouse gases, and then climate adaptation is about being more resilient as we move forward. All good plans have an implementation section. This one is very detailed. As mentioned at the beginning of the meeting tonight, we worked with Townsend to get some options for implementation so we can really start to fund these. We understand the work we do. We start to develop measures and we put funding mechanisms into them and understand how important that is to make sure it happens. So we'll talk a little bit about those in the next couple of slides. But before we get into that, wanted to talk about the actual emissions inventory. So this is the emissions from Pinole in 2016 from the whole entire community. You'll notice this, just really I'll take one step back. This is very similar to a lot of other jurisdictions. This is what we traditionally see. You'll notice that vehicle miles and energy are going to generate the most amount of emissions. And when you look at the plan, you'll see that those are the areas that we focused the kind of the greatest amount of reductions. So really reflective of that. Understanding that natural gas generates a lot of emissions, we want to start to electrify things. So electrifying new buildings, electrifying existing buildings. Similarly, for the vehicles, we'll be doing that for cars. As we walked in tonight, we saw the Rock and Roll Pinole boards outside. That's a big part of this plan. And again, really building into these documents that are already underway and really hearing what people are saying in other plans and policies. I think there's a lot of information out there, and we don't want, we want people to know that their voices are heard. So taking that information from Pinole Walk and Roll and putting it into this plan. So again, when we start to develop those measures, that's how we base them. There's also emissions generated by waste and water, although they are relatively small in comparison. Next slide, please. This one is similar in the sense that it shows the municipal emissions. The value here is that it allows the city to lead by example. So the municipal emissions are a subset of the community, so they're not additive. That's something that it's really important to kind of recognize. These are emissions that are generated at the municipal level, so at City Hall, at parks, stuff like that, vehicle fleet, commute, and it allows the city to identify areas where we can start to work at the municipal side and show the community it really is reasonable and it's doable, and here's how we can do it, and we'll do it first. So in the plan, you'll see some municipal measures, and each one of them is a little bit more ambitious than the cities, than the communities, I'll say. Let me change that wording, than the communities, in the sense that we really want to show we're gonna do this too. Next slide, please. Here's some really awesome highlights from the engagement. We had over 17 community events hosted throughout the city. A lot of these events were pop-up events, so meeting people where they are, either at coffee shops or different kind of community, Earth Day, the Pinole Resource Day, stuff like that. So really just trying to meet folks in the community. There are also a couple of other events that we had. We hosted a game, which was really fun. There was a couple of different sections where people could go to either the senior center or the library and go and basically identify how they want to spend Pinole bucks. And it was an opportunity to say, hey, you have X amount of emissions that we need to reduce. Where do you want to put it? And so it was the same type of thing that we were looking at earlier with the sales tax piece. It's like, how do you want to spend your there's limited resources, where do we want to put them? And that was really interesting. We got some great feedback. We also had a survey. We had a robust survey which had a lot of questions and had got a lot of feedback. We also made a really simplified version, recognizing that maybe not everybody had the time. So we had that right on the front and provided translated versions as well. One of the really cool things that we took away from this was that 75% of respondents said that if hurdles were removed, they would make sustainable upgrades. And by hurdles, we specifically talked about cost, information, education, resources, or processes, maybe something like permits or kind of streamlining stuff to make it easier to actually implement. So got a lot of really great feedback on that. Next slide, awesome. This just shows a map of our engagement. The color coding, it's a little bit harder to see on this slide, but basically shows where the respondents came from. So we got a lot from the southeast and then the northeast. The Northwest and Southwest, we had fewer respondents, but still folks replied to the survey. So tried to get kind of a representative group of people. And then we also show on there the different events that we did. So presentations, open house, pop-up events, and have a couple of different quotes from various community members tossed in. All right, here's a couple of pictures from the Pinole game. We also turned the senior center into, it was basically a think tank where people came in and shared ideas and were providing insight. We had MCE there, a couple other entities where people were able to get rebate information and ideas on how to start to implement things in their home. There was a couple of wheels where, you know, people were spinning and getting bike lights and stuff, so people were getting pretty jazzed about just the idea that there's a lot of opportunity, and that we kind of tried to make it fun and easy, got some really good vegan food, so really a cool process, and again, a lot of really great feedback. Next slide. Jumping into the meat of it here, this is really where we start to develop the structure of the plan. Again, it's all founded on that inventory that we looked at. We developed these strategies, measures, and actions. Strategies are overarching goals, you know, do essentially water or waste or transportation. And then we have measures that have some specificity to them, do X by Y year. And then the actions, basically those tell the stories of how we're gonna get there. And when we develop actions, I think on the next slide here, we'll see, well, we're gonna do a little, can we skip one more slide? I'm sorry, this slide. All right, so this one, and we'll go back to that one in a second. This one really wanted to show the pillars that we develop. And so when we start to develop measures and actions, what we do is identify the areas where there have been the greatest hurdles in the community and start to develop actions that address those. And so feasibility is oftentimes one of the biggest issues. And so we developed a cornerstone measure as part of this climate action plan that essentially allows us to build the framework of the rest of the plan based on community engagement and excitement. So this one is really about leveraging the CAP's work around all of these kind of important pieces: electrification, transportation, infrastructure build out, organic waste diversion, et cetera, to establish Pinole as a center for green economic development and high road jobs. High road jobs are jobs that pay living wages, that people you know, want to work at, where you get educational growth opportunities and promotions and stuff like that, where there's a real opportunity to stay somewhere for a long time. So feasibility, when we think about that, we're thinking about what kind of analysis do we need to do to get there. So for this one, we really wanted to identify the core climate impacts that impact the region, and this kind of specifically the city here, and what are those areas so we can start to remove those hurdles. Once the feasibility is kind of understood, we'll provide some education, and that's through a workforce development program that we're looking to develop and work with Contra Costa County on. Then we have to really focus on equity. We talked a little bit about earlier the demographics, not necessarily being the dividing factor for equity, but how do we make sure that is one component? How do we make sure that there's a lot of equity built into things? So for this specific measure, we're really focusing on vulnerable communities, and that goes back to that high road job piece to make sure that folks have opportunities for growth. Nothing's going to happen without money. We understand that. So this one includes a green incubator, green technology incubator. There's a lot of, like I said, working with Townsend to get some grant analysis into this. And we have a grant team as well that really kind of focuses on developing actions that are, at the end of the day, implementable. So it's something that we have identified grants for and processes for to move forward. Similarly, without partnerships, it's really hard to do things. More and more these days, we're realizing that these regional connectivities are big, and that, you know, we're all facing the same challenges. So the more we work together to identify solutions, the better we all will be. So this one is a really important part, working with Contra Costa County Green Business Program. And there, if you were looking at the climate action plan, there's a page at the front of partners, and it's reflective of just the groups that were involved. There's so many people who, you know, just were excited about this process: utility providers, local, you know, nonprofits, and it was just very, very cool to see the collaboration. And then the last part really is having structural change. In some cases, that's an ordinance. For this one, it's updating economic development strategy and start to make structural kind of updates or processes to make sure that the feasibility, the education, all of these pieces are kind of come to fruition. Is there any way we can go back one slide now there? Thank you so much. Here I wanted to talk again about the actual measures. So we have 6 strategies for mitigation measures, and we just are touching the surface here. There's a lot in this document, and so if there's any questions, happy to answer them. Again, this is just really high level for now. We're looking at the strategies. The cornerstone strategy, that's the one that kind of set the stage. Building energy, because we recognize that that's one of the greatest sources of emissions, followed by transportation. Solid waste aligns with SB 1383, which requires organics diversion. And then we understand the value of water in California very, very specifically. It all kind of comes together through carbon sequestration as another component where people, oftentimes we hear, people really like trees, and we want to make sure that we can plant trees that are healthy and that are the right types of trees. So here we're looking at BE1, and this is for building energy. Again, we're just going to breeze through a couple of these. This one's about electrifying 100% of new construction. And I just wanted to point out, there's a couple, again, going back to those pillars, a couple of ways to do this. For this one, that would be an ordinance for new development. And we're really specific about new development versus existing because we understand that there's costs that, come into play differently there. Again, working with the the active transportation plan, providing connectivity to Pinole Creek and understanding the value there. That's something that kind of connects through the city, and there's a lot of opportunities to get commercial, residential sources kind of tagged together so people can easily get A to B. And then this last one is really about increasing carbon sequestration and developing a community urban forest plan. So again, setting that stage, doing the the foundation, the feasibility analysis, and then starting to actually plant trees, analyze how many trees need to be planted, and go from there. Next slide. All right. Similar to mitigation, we have the adaptation strategies. There's 5 of these guys here. Climate adaptation and resilience. We have flood control, sea level rise, which is specific to shoreline protection here in Pinole. We have extreme heat, and then wildfire. So for the climate adaptation and resilience, one of the really important things is having spaces where people can go in an emergency. So establishing reliable and dependable resilience centers in the city. And one of the ways that we'll do that is to analyze the current centers and then start to apply for funding through the grants programs to identify opportunities, either existing community areas, maybe the senior center that's already a cooling center, or libraries, and start to make those full resilience centers, which have space for people to stay if needed. They have food, they have emergency kits, all sorts of those types of kind of more robust systems. And then this next one, I just think is really a unique initiative. It's something we haven't done in any other climate plans. We do climate action adaptation plans across the state, and they're moving more in this direction, but just the really cool idea of using art and kind of creating a community space. So this one's about creating murals, or a set of murals with paint that reflects sunlight on specific buildings, and then understanding the benefit of those. And it's an opportunity to connect with Pinole artisans or Pinole artists and work with different kind of community groups, showcase, celebrate, and really just have like a cool opportunity to work together. And it could be something that demonstrates kind of climate or the history of Pinole. And then we can start to really make different kind of choices that are a little bit more, interesting and unique, I would say. Next slide here, we have municipal. And again, like I mentioned, this is really about leading by example. So this one, we're looking at upgrading all city accounts to MCE's Deep Green by 2025 and electrifying or decarbonizing the rest of all municipal buildings by 2035, which is in advance of the year that we're looking to do that for the community. And it's really to show that it's doable, it's feasible, that there's the technology out there, and that if we're asking others to commit, we will too. And then this next one, city governance, is really about doing the work and getting that staffing and capacity. I think that that's the biggest thing. I know people are already busy and doing a lot of different updates and projects and processes, and we want to make this as easy and streamlined as possible. And so helping to staff this and to implement it and to continue to tie in the plans over time. And then this last one, in tandem with that, it's equally important to kind of show the results and let the community and the team know where we're at, and really show that out transparently. So communicate the progress to the community in an ongoing way would be that last one. Next slide. All right. So here's the phasing where we're at. Once we start to implement the plan, it'll be 2025, going to start moving forward. The longer term goal for California is 2045. That's to hit net neutrality, which essentially means, emitting as much as you, or reducing as much as you emit. And so we're starting to really look for how are we going to move that needle. And we have this in kind of 3 phases, recognizing that not everything can be accomplished at once. First, we'll need to do some feasibility studies. Then we'll start to move forward with education, then implementation, et cetera. And in each of these pieces, there's going to be ongoing climate action and adaptation plan progress reports to City Council and the community, so everybody knows, again, where we're standing and where, what progress is being made. The really cool thing about these plans is in the fact that they are long-term, there's opportunities for adjustments. And so if we're noticing, hey, it's been 2 years, maybe that measure isn't, been the most successful, can we kind of reconvene or navigate to something different? And that's absolutely acceptable, and that doesn't negate the climate action plan or any of the work that's been done. It's just recognizes that change happens, and sometimes there's, technology that will be available in 2 years or 5 years or 6 months that we don't know exists now. So really cool opportunities here. Start to implement that over time and then update those, like we were talking on that cyclical kind of diagram at the beginning, provide an update every 5 years. So that would be a full inventory, kind of understanding where the emissions are. And in those interim years, it'll be a kind of a status update of here's what's been implemented, here's the progress. And then every 5, the inventory, status report, and kind of summary out of that. Next slide here. That will all be published here on CapDash, which is a tool that we have created at Rincon. It's really it's a dashboard essentially that you can access on your computer, on your phone. It's getting set up right now. Once we kind of click live, the community can pop open it up, and then once you start to put in additional inventory years, it'll show the bar graph, and you can click on each of the different sectors and see where the changes have been made in the progress, and identify really where the successes have been or where their struggles have been. And it's a really just a transparent tool. This would be one of those things that's updated, the inventory every 5 years, and then the measures on that ongoing basis. Next slide. All right, next steps here. This has been out for public review. It was released the day before Earth Day, or the Earth Day walk that Pinole has, which was, I follow you guys on Instagram, very cool. A lot of big turnout on that. We're going to incorporate any feedback we get here from this team and then others. We're going to have this on Pinole Speaks through May 20th, and we a plug for that opportunity to put comments on, and we would love to hear from the community. So if people do have thoughts, please put your feedback in. We're going to be collecting that through May 20th, incorporating that into the final document, and then releasing that with a CEQA analysis for certification, so we can start to move these things forward. And one thing I will say, going back to the grant piece earlier, one of the grants that Townsend is looking for is actually an action in the plan. So they're starting to move forward now, and recognizing that a lot of these things are, in one way or another will move forward. Things can be revised, but starting to at least put projects together. So with that, I think I will open it for questions unless, that's all we got.
Thank you. I'll turn to my right. Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And thank you, Director Whalen and Kapil. This would not be possible without you two. So glad to see this all come to fruition, and all the heavy lifting, all the community input, that is all culminated into this one document, which I'm so proud to see here today. So The one thing that stuck out to me was the intersection between public art and climate adaptation action. What other communities have had those reflective murals? What is the cost of that? It's paint, right? Where have you seen that in Contra Costa, if any place?
Great question. I have not seen it in Contra Costa. I've seen it in other cities, one down in Los Angeles County, San Fernando. And from the research that we were doing when we were putting the action together, unfortunately, I'm not a paint expert, but what we were able to determine was that it's very comparable and that it's not any more expensive. It's just the one thing that would be a little bit different that we included here is putting thermometers around, inside and then outside on these areas to kind of identify, again, not super expensive, but to see is this really doing what we're asking it or what we're saying it to do, or is it, murals are awesome and they're really cool community pieces, so that's great. And if it does this additional piece that science says it does, let's kind of reflect that and put it elsewhere.
Thank you. And then I want to understand more about how that works. So it reflects onto buildings to then decrease low temperatures?
The paint reflects sunlight back.
Sunlight back away from buildings.
Correct.
To decrease the need for AC, all those different things.
Yep, exactly. Cooler inside the building, so less AC, less, just more acclimated.
Wonderful. Yeah, I love seeing TR4C adopt an ordinance that bans the development of new gas stations. We did that. And hopefully that continues. So thank you for your presentation. That's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Murphy, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation as well. I really appreciated hearing about it. And I honestly, it is 9:47, and I am incredibly energized about this, but I don't look like it. And you are giving me so much reflection of just my time here on council, and I'm a little emotional about it, honestly, because I walk the city many times, I still do, and getting to become a council member in this city was relying upon me understanding one thing about the residents, and it's that they care so much about this issue. So you all doing this is it is a full circle for me, and I'm a little taken back that at 10 p.m. I'm having these feelings. In sincerity, I am so grateful for the entire team who put this together and the work that you have done over the last 2 years. Since we passed in 2021 a resolution that I remember honestly not even thinking that maybe even the council would support. And I think we unanimously approved that resolution. And it is just heartfelt. And I just want you all to know how important this is, I'm sure, to this council, but more importantly, to the 20,000 residents in this city, that this work is dire. It is so important, and it actually has something to do with people living their lives every day. And so I'm just really grateful for that. And I know that's not a question, but I'm just saying, at 10 p.m., having this presentation, there's no way I can give you the absolute emotion that I have about the excitement that I have for this. And so I just wanted to say that and say thank you, because this is a long time coming and we absolutely need this. And I'm just really, really grateful for your work. I do have questions, of course, and part of it is around the first part of your presentation, which is around the inventory. So in 2016 was the last time the city of Pinole did an inventory. What I'm assuming based on your presentation is that we decided to not do we used that data and did not do a more recent inventory?
When we first kicked this off, we did the inventory because it had been done at the county level, and so we wanted to calibrate that and make sure that if we were going to be using that as a baseline, that it was accurate going forward. So then, kind of the next intent would be to do another inventory pretty soon, but get that baseline going, make sure it's accurate. So one of the things we did was basically go through the best practices, the current modeling techniques, and just kind of updated that to using the current information, and then exactly right. Yeah, moving forward with another updated inventory shortly.
Okay. So, and this goes to the end of your presentation, which is about the progress and tracking metrics, is when I look at this inventory, one of the things I find very interesting is, but not surprising, is residential natural gas being very high, passenger vehicles being high. And so part of the challenge I see, or at least foresee, is that, but I'm experiencing it now, is that people they do see people drive and people do go home and cook, but they don't always recognize the power of those emissions and how really the output of those emissions. But many residents walk through Bayfront Park and go around the wastewater treatment plant and they smell the stinky smell. And that's very noticeable, right? I get comments about that all the time, but I don't necessarily get comments about the cars driving by, right? So I'm wondering about how because our goal is to reduce all these greenhouse gas emissions. And so when you're saying we're tracking by the next inventory, which should be what year? 2025 or 2020?
Yeah, 2025, I believe, is when we were.
So we'll do it next year. We'll do a greenhouse gas inventory next year.
Correct.
What are those numbers? What are we supposed to be seeing by what is good progress for Pinole based on your data from 2016?
That's a great question. So the state goal, I mentioned the 2045 carbon neutrality, and then there's also a 2030 goal, which is in the climate action plan and helps it be kind of a CEQA streamlined document.
Yeah.
Didn't talk too much about the CEQA streamlining piece, as important as that is, but really making progress towards that 2030 target of 40% reduction. So it's kind of this.
So overall, 40% about from each pillar of greenhouse gas or each pillar of output of greenhouse gas emission. Is that what you're saying, or generally the 40%? Well, yeah.
Yeah. So the state has set up a series of targets. The very first one was 2020, and that was to achieve the 1990 level of emissions in the state of California. And the state was able to do that in 2016, and that's why we stayed with 2016 to align with the state. And then by 2030, you're supposed to see a 40% reduction below that 1990 level.
Okay.
So you're going to want to see a 40% reduction from that 2016 number that you currently have, and that would put you in alignment with the state.
Okay.
And the good thing is you have your cap working for you, but you also have the state of California working on it as well.
Okay.
And so they are currently working on establishing policy and investing money and developing technologies to reduce emissions, while at the same time the city of Pinole does that. And that's one of the strongest benefits of having your climate action plan, is because it calls to the state and says, hey, we're looking to also reduce our emissions, and we need your investment to do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And thank you for that. Thank you. That's helpful. The next slide I see is the slide about the community engagement, and you did a GIS map or a map about where we have done different pop-ups and open houses and presentations. Really love this slide because it also gives us another way of looking at the way community engagement is, and that's a question that many of us as a council have, and just generally we like to see where and when things happen, even though we sometimes go to these events. One of the concerns I had that I would like to work with you on, it's not a concern that is just for you, but I've noticed, of course, the West Side definitely had a lower community engagement, but I also noticed that most of the pop-ups and presentations and open house didn't happen on the West Side. And so I'm wondering, namely because I also am a council member who lives on the West Side, I'm wondering what we can do within the review period perhaps, or if you have any plans around the review period to seek more commentary, to seek more engagement, whatever that in this case, it looks like using our public tool to seek input. I'm wondering if you all have any ideas on how we can do a couple more events during this time, or not even events. What are you looking to do during this review period that perhaps could increase that? Well, these are based on survey responses, so I'm not sure. Yeah, what does that look like to continue engagement on that West Side area?
So we certainly can do additional social media blasts to the community, but obviously that won't be targeted, specifically to the West Side. I think after the plan is adopted and we look at additional engagement around some of the actions in the plan, I think looking at the West Side and recognizing that the majority of our apartment complexes are on the West Side, and in doing engagement, especially mailed engagement, it is difficult to reach folks who live in apartments. Mm-hmm. So through the PEER program, the Pinole Enhanced Energy Program, Kapil actually did a fair amount of work identifying those apartment buildings that we would want to do more targeted engagement to. So we could, after the plan is adopted, do more targeted engagement using that list of folks now, with respect to particular actions.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I thank you for bringing that up, Director Whalen. One of the reasons I mentioned the West Side is right now we have most of our apartment complexes there. Obviously, in terms of equity and discussion of environmental justice, I think that's where I'm centering. That's also our area for disadvantaged communities per the US EPA. And so I'm just making sure that as we do our due diligence, I think those are the areas I would like to make sure we're just a little bit more intentional about. And I'd be remiss to say, like, there's about 500 new units on the West Side, about 300 from our complex with the veterans and our senior affordable housing complex. And then in the Southwest Side, perhaps there could be, by the time we do the next update, another 200 units next to where the Kmart will be. And so I'm just thinking about, again, what I'm seeing even as a board member for MCE is that, homeowners oftentimes are engaged in the conversation, but we do need renters, right? We do need them to make smart choices about being okay that their landlord is switching out their gas stove to an electric stove, right? Being okay with an electric vehicle charger being there. And I don't want to miss that mark, but it looks like, which is also very helpful, that this work being done out of the community development department is actually aligned with our affordable housing strategy and looking to that. So thank you for clarity on that one. And I just have one more question about so one of the slides you had, which I'm also still reviewing the entire draft, but you mentioned identifying climate impacts that affect core industries. So when I read that, the first thing that occurs to me is I think the 2019 study where we did, and the city did like an economic development. Help me out, Councilmember Tave. I know you were a part of this, or maybe Martin.
That was the HDL report.
HDL report. Yeah.
Demographics for
Yeah. Are you all familiar with that report, or? Okay, so I'm seeing no from Director Whalen. That's okay. But when I read this, it makes me think about that report. And I just want to make sure that report is informing our strategy moving forward. The reason why that report is important, at least as a council member and a resident, is it taught me about what are the core industries of Pinole and what are we looking to build out. And so I want to make sure that as we think about that economic development strategy you all have provided, and even just like this last month going to 3 different businesses and being like, wow, we're really building in Pinole. I just want to make sure that that kind of assessment is informing this kind of identifying core impacts of in core industries, right? One of the first things I think about is like the healthcare industry. I think we have a lot of that in Pinole, and I think that my understanding is that report said that we may have a lot more. So what does that actually mean in terms of this identifying the climate impacts? I don't know, but I would like to figure out what that means and how do we integrate those two. One is an assessment and this is a plan. So how do we integrate those two proposals together? And I think that's just an opportunity we might have. Last question is, I know we want to close this on May 30th as the public is, as we close this out. Why is that the date we decided? Can we go longer? What hurts us if we do go longer, given that it seems like some of these strategies were already taken action on?
Definitely. And Lily, I can jump in? Okay. So our thought was, so the plan relies upon the city, I'll back up here. The reduction of greenhouse gas emissions envisioned by the plan relies upon the city taking actions at certain dates. And so if we push off actions that we're contemplating, then we'll get more behind in our ability to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So we were recommending, because some of the actions have us enacting programs by the end of this calendar year, that the plan should be adopted by June so that we would have time to start working on some of those actions and programs.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tave, any questions?
Yeah, I'm just looking for that date for that. It was like a pretty large report. Went through basically the median incomes, household values, kind of like the HCD report, but a condensed version because we were looking at that time, I think Councilmember Martinez Rubin, Councilmember Salimi, Councilmember Murray, and Councilmember Swearingen were all looking at, well, what does Pinole need? I think at the time we had 3 box stores that were closed. So we did a market analysis and we looked really at demographics. I mean, there was a lot of good data. The HCD report would probably be the most current, but it would kind of give us an idea of what's palatable as far as costs go for our citizens. I think that's kind of along the lines that you were going for.
Did you mean HDL?
Did I say HDL or did I say
HCD?
HCD report what has all that information in it too, but like on steroids. This one was directed specifically for market analysis.
Okay.
And so that was the HDL report done in 2019. I'm looking for the date. I'll get it to you. But my questions are more around, like on slide 10, you mentioned 75% said if hurdles were removed, they would make sustainable upgrades. I'm one of those 75%, right? Like, I cannot come out of pocket in my household $20,000 to go solar and have a battery operated or battery on my wall. And earlier we talked about having another future agenda item to talk about this. These hurdles, we keep hearing about rebates and you fill this paperwork out and send it to this person. They may give you this money. I mean, that's not a lot of confidence for somebody to make that switch, especially if they're forking out that much money. Then you add the electric car, the electric stove, which I kind of like, but my wife doesn't. You know what I mean? And you're having to go through that conversation because it's, safe, like the conduction one. Like, if you touch it, it's got like have a special pan on it or whatever for it to actually heat up. That's a good safety element too. I'm saying this all to say these hurdles keep coming up and then we keep getting these, oh, just pay $100 a month from now until forever and we'll reduce your bill. The average bill for PG&E is $222. There's a 16% jump. And then they say, oh, but we have rebates-ish. We're not going to tell you where they are. You got to go to the website, right, and sift around. How can we as a local government, I'm getting to the question. So I was kind of framing it all. I think we all know where it is. Question, how as a local government can we take steps to effectively remove these hurdles for the citizens in Pinole?
All right, I'll jump in and then Eric, I'll pass it to you for any additional thoughts. But my first take on that is absolutely hear what you're saying and agree. I think that removing hurdles for us in this context is, in addition to finding rebates and programs like that, it's taking, changing the permit process. How do we streamline it so it's really easy? Is it less expensive? Is it faster? Is it, and then that takes burden off of different, city staff, but also the community. And so how can we work together to identify solutions? I think that's a really big one. Streamlining things. Funding is a big one, but it is a little bit trickier. I don't know, Eric, what your thoughts are.
So when you go through the climate action plan, we have our measures, and those are of an overarching activity that you're going to take, or with a date and a reduction goal or a change goal associated with it. And they're supported by actions. Each one of our actions are built around a specific pillar that are supposed to facilitate the implementation of that measure. And that's largely what we're talking about when you're saying there's hurdles. First of all, our pillars are built around feasibility, understanding what the hurdles are. How do we overcome them? What do we need to do? What are the costs? How do we fund it? What partners do we have out there that are doing stuff that we can plug in with that might be better positioned to help us than, say, a municipal government? And so we emphasize each one of those. And so when we're talking about electrifying a building, the way that's being done in California now, it's through coalition. It's through counties and cities coming together, Marine Clean Energy, the energy providers, state funding, and they're building concierge services where you as a member of this community can call that concierge service and say, hey, I want to electrify, but I don't have enough money. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what permits I need. I don't know where the rebates are. And it's built and structured around getting people plugged into that. And so what we're doing in these actions is we're pointing and directing the community to participate in these types of coalition building, to bring in the funding, to streamline the process, to provide the information that the community needs to be able to do this.
I guess my next question is, that's a hurdle, right? Like, if you can point and say, go over there and do it, most people are going to be like, okay, well, how long am I going to be down the rabbit hole of trying to figure out, you know, coordinating with contractors, developing the financing? I mean, are all those boilerplate ready to go at MCE that I just sign my name and things come together?
And that's what's being built out, yeah.
Okay.
So
that there is that. Okay, got it.
And these are brand new models. This is in the last year. So
Okay.
if you look at San Mateo County and the community of Palo Alto, they have these models and they're starting to be built. We're working with Contra Costa right now. They're being established, and it is through this coalition, and it's a #1 priority of the state of California to build these. So it might not be here today, but if you start working in that direction, it'll all coalesce together is the concept that this has been built around.
I see. So, okay, so more to come, I guess.
This will continue to evolve.
Got it.
We don't even have the technologies necessarily to get to carbon neutrality. So we are relying on the state, we're relying on our regional partners, we're relying on the funding that's been identified at the state and federal government. And so we have to work within that context as we build out these plans to point in those directions so that they continually get affected as you implement this plan.
I see. Okay. Okay. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yeah, we also, even nationally and perhaps even internationally, really aren't ready to provide all the implement the reduction strategies because we don't have the energy available. And I understand that I was at a session at the Leader Summit in Sacramento a couple weeks ago where there was a specific presentation on that, and the presenters talked about, let's slow down, not to keep the plans from occurring, but the readiness for that really is the readiness to implement all the activities that are suggested. We're not there yet. Not to say that we can't identify them. So I was excited about the many, many different activities because it's at the implementation level where people, those participating in coalitions, whether they're from nonprofits or public agencies or government agencies, will find where their mission best fits, right? Okay, so help me understand the Venn diagram that you have on one of your slides where mitigation and adaptation intersects. Batteries and microgrids, why is that placed there? And then improve and protect urban tree canopy, I couldn't agree more. We don't have a master tree plan yet, is that correct? Okay, but it is on the list of things to have. Okay, all right. So let's go back to batteries and microgrids along the lines of there are some environmental impacts with all the batteries that we have now and that we will have when they are set aside and go the route of electrification. And what of that? Do we have the locations to place them? And how does that impact land use? And how does that impact Pinole? Those are the thoughts that occur to me. So tell me more about the placement of these intersections here.
Yeah, so just to clarify, the placement of the Venn diagram or the placement of the microgrids down the road?
The latter.
Okay. So placement of the microgrids down the road. That is part of our analysis let me get the exact measure. One of the energy measures, let's see, BE4, and that's to work with MCE to kind of continue to provide renewable energy. And then there's another one here, BE5, increased generation and storage of local community and renewable energy. And so as part of that, we're going to start to streamline standards and then identify locations and move forward in that direction. There's no plans as far as this project goes as to where they will be put. There's a plan to identify the locations to place them. Does that answer your question? Or
I believe you might have been referencing kind of the life cycle costs associated with batteries, so that they provide a benefit while they're in use, but there's an unknown element to where they're going to be disposed of.
Yes, and that's concerning.
Yes, and I understand that concern. But for this policy, what we're really trying to activate around is that there is a need to decarbonize our electricity to affect greenhouse gas emissions, because that's the number one issue facing us when we talk about climate change. The other element is when we have wildfires and big wind events, we have power shutoffs. And then we have, people who can't have air conditioning in their homes when they need it, or ventilation, or other issues. So what we've done in this Venn diagram is we're trying to say, look, this is a solution that solves both the climate resilience side of things by giving you power when the grid is off, but also reduces greenhouse gases. And we recognize that it's going to have to be disposed of at some time. But at this juncture, that is outside the purview of what we're trying to affect. We're trying to deal with immediate resilience issues to our community members who, are potentially losing their lives in heat events. We have greenhouse gas emissions that are getting to the point where we're going to have damages that we're not going to be able to overcome later on. So we're looking with blinders in some regard, pursuant to the state laws around this, to just affect those two major impact areas.
Okay, I can appreciate an interest and focus to get something done.
Yeah, that's an issue that will
without ignoring the other, without ignoring the potential negative effects. Whose purview is it then? Who do you foresee addressing that?
Yeah, that's outside. Someone's going to have to deal with that one.
Okay, to be determined. We'll have these exchanges ongoing, I'm sure. Okay, kind of along the same lines of favoring and understanding the promotion of active transportation and transit, and the image there of the bicycle, of course, summarizes what that's about. Tell me how then, or where there is room for people with mobility issues. Because this active transportation and transit, as illustrated there with this icon, speaks to a certain age group. In Pinole, we have a good percentage of demographic who aren't necessarily bicycle riders. And so we, I believe, also can find where and how those folks, whether they have mobility issues because of physical disability, due to birth conditions or physical injury or whatever, can also participate somehow. So how will we do that? How, among the list of the many, many things that are there, which ones seem to fit here?
Yeah, that's a great question, and something we thought about. The bicycle photo or image there is definitely a simplification of what we were kind of envisioning there. There's a measure here about, let's see, the actual transportation piece, the transit. And we have in here an action related to working with WestCat to identify, let's see, work with WestCat to improve transit accessibility for people with disabilities by ensuring physical accessibility. And that'll be kind of including audio and visual information, training staff on how to assist people, and actively engaging with people with disabilities in the decision-making process.
Okay, so promoting the use of existing public transportation.
Correct. In that also making it more accessible. If there's opportunities for, I know there's a lot of things that are already considered at the state, but making sure that, if there's specific feedback from a community, we're incorporating that as well.
Okay, thank you. So I'm moving on to one of your slides that speaks to the Pinole Community GHG emissions inventory in 2016. Did I hear correctly that your recommendation, or that we would actually be looking at doing an inventory a year from now in 2025? What stands out for me on the slide, it's the bar graphs of the different sources of GHG emissions, is commercial vehicles. So in 2016, that was pre-COVID. Now, how many years are we later? 6 years? 6 years since 2016. Commercial vehicles are greater in number, And they are producing effects, I believe, although I don't know how those are being quantified as to either, well, primarily GHG emissions and noise and crowdedness on streets and use of our roads, et cetera. So I'm wondering if indeed there is a priority to do this inventory, or is it a requirement? Is it our mandate to do so? Where are we with having to do that inventory in 2025?
Great question. No mandate. There's no requirement. It's really an opportunity to kind of do a check. Where are we? Gauge and identify, what the progress has been. I think that's a really interesting point. About commercial vehicles, we have seen some increases in commercial VMT. There's also a transition to EVs, which has kind of changed that as well. But definitely something. One of the really interesting parts, so that I do want to mention about vehicles, is it's traditionally done by a model, and it's not necessarily capturing things like COVID. And so that has been a really big issue. We've started to transition to different tools that provide more really real-time data, or as real-time as possible, 6 months or so out, based on actual how people are driving. Because traditionally, for all sorts of planning documents, it's really been based on this is how it's been, how it's going to go, how it will be. And there's not a lot of opportunity to say, well, that measure reduced X because it really did, happen. So moving forward, we're going to start to see transitions in how we're looking at transportation data specifically.
Thank you. I'll put a plug in for something that I've had the privilege of being part of, and that's a statewide committee that's taking a look at the increase since COVID of online purchases. And given the presentations that we heard earlier at this meeting, the interest in capturing revenue for cities in a more, quote, equitable way. And by equity, in this case, we've got cities who house the vehicles, the commercial vehicles next door to us. We're not necessarily capturing the revenue that's generated entirely because of the tax structure. Whether if the purchases are made online, it depends on where the product is actually delivered, that the tax somehow is associated with that, whether it's an in-state purchase, whether it's an out-of-state purchase. So there's a tie-in here with not only the interest in reducing GHGs, but as well in the quantification of what that is. So an argument can be made then that there is room for equity in a number of other ways, including the capture of revenue because of the existence of those vehicles. Okay, so thank you. So whatever you can do, help. Thank you. Okay, I've got more. We don't have a community urban forest plan yet, right? Is that's something that's on the list of things to do? Okay. Will that be different than the tree, I want to say the tree map, tree inventory that we've talked about, or same thing? I'm looking at Ms. Whalen.
Combine them, yeah. So this is going to be more about kind of identifying. There's the tree inventory, and then the tree master plan or specific plan allows us to identify, tree well size, water types, tree, make sure those the specifics beyond the tree species are included. So it'll be location, all of those kind of in one coalesced major document. Totally doable.
Okay. Without having the plan in front of me, is there a timeline for that? Is that phase 1, phase 2? What was that?
I can track this down pretty
Thank
quickly.
you.
I don't know off the top of my head, though. Let's see.
And the reason for that, there's an impatience you might hear in my voice about that. I think all of us agree about the value of tree canopies in urban forests, and they come up again and again in different ways.
Let's see. By 2026 is the goal. So
I hope to be here.
Things are moving.
Things are moving. Okay. I'm going to turn to another slide. Thank you for that. I'm going to turn to another slide with regard to equity, focusing on members of vulnerable communities. For me to understand it, we're speaking a similar language across different disciplines. And by that I mean foci or focus, the focus that staff take or organizations take. What is the meaning of vulnerable communities in this context?
Yeah, that's a great question. We actually defined it at the beginning here. Let me get the exact definition there. We kind of included, gosh, a full gamut of, going to take me a second to find it, so I won't leaf through, but we were looking at kind of the disadvantaged community map, understanding that that's a little bit one way to look at it, and then talking about impacts. I think earlier one of the presentations mentioned, it might have been Townsend, on the space where you can identify different tools or use different tools, pollution and ozone, stuff like that. And so we're starting to identify those as well and incorporate that into the vulnerable piece, especially with the focus of adaptation, and really kind of get a full umbrella there.
Thank you. Because what I recall learning from one of the elements of our general plan, Ms. Whalen is nodding her head. Yes, we got some context that we can look at for that. Okay, thank you. That's comparable.
4.0, which is an EnviroScreen.
Thank you. The dashboard, is that software that's already where the city is using? No, it's available, but we don't have it yet.
So it is available, and I believe we did make the inventory accessible. So that is accessible, and I believe we did transmit that link out to the public at one point, right? Yeah. But the cap dash is included in the contract cost with Rincon, and it's a one-time cost, yes. And so it's already taken care of.
Okay, so we ought to use it.
Yes, and we will as soon as the plan is adopted.
Okay, and by we, I'm including myself among the public. Yes, we ought to use it. Okay. Thank you for that. And I want to especially thank Kapil, because his energy, enthusiasm, and creativity in engaging the public I have observed, and it's just wonderful.
Okay, thank you. And I echo those comments about Kapil as well. So thank you for the report. I'm going to just focus some questions around the building energy BE2 section, and having to do with REACH codes and adopting REACH codes. I understand that there was a court case that eliminated the ability to do a REACH code or an all-electric code, and I'm just wondering what the trend is now. Are we looking at modifying those kind of codes, or what are we looking at?
Yeah, that case was with the city of Berkeley, and it was specific to one kind of REACH code that was talking about a preferential use of energy. And there's basically two alternate pathways that are outside of the Supreme Court's case. And one is to do an energy performance standard. So you establish a performance standard of the buildings that supersedes any other technology than all electric. Or you look at different types of technologies like these two-way HVAC units, like a heat pump, and you specify that you have to use that type of technology. It avoids the energy discussion, and you're allowed to use that as an ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And since the drafting of this was happening at the same time that court case, that decision was coming down, is there a potential for the final to modify how we're treating that, or are we going to? Yeah, thank you.
We have the ability to address that in the draft that you're looking at right now. So the draft that you're looking at right now, we do not think is subject to the challenge that Berkeley had.
Okay, that's very good news. Thank you. And then Councilmember Tave had some questions that I think are addressed here, and it had to do with people going down a rabbit hole of trying to figure out what's best for them. And I have heard of trusted websites, trusted sources that residents can go to, where it's not, somebody sending them an email trying to sell solar panels, but if a resident were to go to, say a Bayren site, or, a city site and get links to sources to, do solar, do battery, and things like that. We have that.
Kind of sources for that. Bayren is one of them. And then all of those were compiled onto the city's website in one location. So it's really easy for everybody to find it. Capil, shout out, definitely made it so it was really easy and accessible. And it was also at one of the events, we had multiple either utility providers, rebate folks, and stuff that were out and kind of providing that insight in person as well. And I know that's been done at Earth Day and a couple other community events just to kind of keep that information line open. But on the city's CAP website has the full list of rebates, how to get involved, and what resources are available.
Great, thank you.
If I can add, Madam Mayor, we also have, I can't find it right now, but we do have an action that has us developing a building electrification resource center, a virtual one. And so I imagine that would also be the trusted location for folks to go.
Okay, excellent, excellent. That's all I have. I will,
Can I just comment on that? Because, I'm looking at this and, a lot of people in Pinole trust Pinole, right? Government, right? In the report we had earlier. The problem I think happens is you get to that website, you see 6 different, so trust us and then trust them, right? And then you got to click 6 times, and after that becomes daunting. Is there a way for Pinole to say this is the program? Kind of like the sewer thing, right? There's a revolving fund that we will do the contract management, we will do a blanket-wide contract, and you come to us, and we'll set you up. Like, seems easy. I'm just wondering, do we have to really click 5 and 6 different websites, and maybe you get somebody on a bad day on one website and maybe a good day on the other, and just, in a very good government fashion, execute a program?
Absolutely. I think that's the transition that Eric was mentioning to that concierge program, where we are seeing that more and more in providing resources in one place, because that's the last thing we want is, have all these goals and initiatives, and then people feel like they don't know how to do it, so.
Do you have any cities that have already done something like that?
Yeah, the model right now is Palo Alto.
Palo Alto did it.
Yeah,
Yes, but do they have a dedicated person to do that?
they have a full dedicated program, yeah.
Okay, is it self-funded?
They are funding it, yes. And so there's 2 models, right? Do it yourself or do it as part of a group. And so this plan allows you to navigate that and come up with the strategy that works best for you.
Right, what better group, right? I mean, oh well, more to come.
Wait, did you just sign up to be the concierge?
Well, no, it makes money. It's what he just said, to pay for the staff.
great, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, I'll see if there's any public comment on this.
Yes, we have Rafael Menace.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I'm going to try and get through all my questions. I may not be able to in time. First off, I wanted to start by thanking Capil Amin and Lily Whalen for their work putting this presentation together, and the consultants as well. It's a really excellent presentation. I read through pretty much all of it last night and didn't get anywhere remotely near enough sleep as a result of that. But hey, it's a great product. I really appreciate your taking the time to put it all together. So my first question is on page number 216, item number CS-2, increasing nature-based and technological carbon sequestration opportunities at Pinole. And the thing I noted there was that there wasn't a quantifiable amount attached to the amount of CO2 that could be removed. And I was curious as to the reason for that. My second question was, on page number 230, the basically shifting people over to 100% renewable energy and funding MCE to basically have everybody on the deep green option. Do we have any idea what the costs are going to be? And that's pages 229 and 230. And then,
And if I can just, I don't know if they're looking at a full packet or the cap itself, but the first one is on, the second one that Mr. Menace mentioned is on page 39 of the cap.
okay, I'll try and cross-reference to the cap information as well. I'm just going off of the agenda packet because I'm assuming that's the default. Let's see. On page number 235, I noticed that TR1D says partner with an entity, and I was curious whether we'd only be able to partner with one entity or whether it would be possible to partner with multiple. And that's on page 44 of the plan, or 235 of the agenda packet. And then
Raphael, what was the item number on that page?
it was TR-1D, partner with an entity, and I was curious whether it would be possible to partner with multiple entities or whether it would only be possible to partner with one, because the phrase used was explicitly an entity. On page 299 of the agenda packet, or 108 in the plan itself, I noticed that there was CAR 1-1D says work with WestCat to establish a list of vulnerable community members as well as a program to transport them. Can I have
Go
time to
ahead.
continue?
I interrupted you, so go ahead, please.
Thanks. So, yeah, I was wondering about the privacy around that list, what measures would be taken to keep it secure, because a list of vulnerable community members could obviously have privacy concerns if that was disclosed. On, let's see, page 242, I think, though it may have been a different page, I just know that it's flagged there. There was something talking about the implementation of biogas, I think, biodiesel. Oh, right, TR-4C, item number 3 on page 51 of the plan, or page 242 of the agenda packet. And given the ultimate goal of going to zero carbon emissions by 2045, I'm curious whether implementing a carbon emitting thing, even if relatively closer to neutral like biodiesel, is actually worthwhile, given our ultimate goal is going to be going to zero. Then that's more of a comment. Oh, yes, and then I guess referring back to CapDash again, and that's referenced on page 128 of the packet, of the plan, or 319 of the agenda packet. What is the actual link to access CapDash? Because I heard it mentioned that there was a link, but I have no idea what it is. And I bet a lot of people would like to know what that link is, too. And then there's a lot of things where I'm uncertain about the phases, so I'm going to try and go through all of them because it seems like most of them should be in phase 1. So to start with, item BE 3-3D subset number 4, I think it is, the GHG performance standard is said that in phase 4, it's going to implement a building performance standard that requires buildings to meet a specific GHG performance level, and that's on page 135 of the plan, and page number 326 of the agenda packet. And my concern is that phase 4 is after 2045, and that seems like a really, really late time to have that standard implemented. It would seem like it would be necessary to have that in place earlier in order to, have performance standards in place. There's also a lot of items that are stated as being later that I think would make logical sense to have in phase 1. And I'm just going to mark them in the page they're on and then move on. Item BE-4E, conduct targeted outreach campaigns to convert PG&E direct access customers to MCE. That's on page 137 of the plan and page 328 of the agenda packet. On page, sorry, because every time I go back and reference, it jumps back to the start of my notes. So this is page number 139 of the plan, page number 330 of the agenda packet. TR1C through E, all heck, 1F even, seem like things that could easily be done in phase 1 rather than phase 2. So I'm curious as to why that's all in phase 2, given that's, 2030 or later. I guess all the way out to G. Page number 333 of the agenda packet, or 142 for the plan, item TR-3G, AVR surveys of Pinole businesses. That's in phase 3. And I think we want to start setting up alternative modes of transportation much earlier than phase 3. And I guess that's the limit of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Submit my further comments in writing.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we do have one online. Telephone caller, last four numbers 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, this is Anthony, senior citizen, longtime resident, taxpayer of Pinole. I have 3 questions or 3 items. There was mention of cooling stations in and around the city. Well, we have no real official cooling stations, unlike Central Contra Costa County, East County, San Francisco, down in the peninsula, where they direct people to city buildings like libraries or a city hall or something like that. So do we have a freestanding generator in place, either that can be utilized for a cooling station at the senior center or at City Hall that can be manned and used with summer coming up and with 100+ degree temperatures? We don't want people dropping dead on a sidewalk trying to get into the senior center, because they close their doors down at 4 o'clock every day, and so does the city offices. And the library has staggered hours too, so they're not open on several days a week, and the senior center is not open on the weekends as well. And then the other question is that with regard to the trees and how they help with carbon emissions, I asked several times, and I think the last meeting or two, I think the mayor was supposed to get back to me with what happened to all those trees up and down Pinole Valley Road, those big, nice pine trees, and they might have been mixed in with some redwood trees, but they all got chopped down right along the sidewalk fronting the Pinole Fire Station on the Ellerhurst School properties. So was that Ellerhurst School call, PG&E call, or the City of Pinole call? And they came out and said they're going to replace those dozen big trees, but I haven't seen anything to that effect or no new tree planting. And then lastly,
45 seconds.
I brought this up before too, that with all the carbon emissions that are going up and down our business corridors that are heavily traveled, that we can do something about. Let's start with something like even a Band-Aid versus waiting for 3, 4, or 5 years with Pinole Valley Road. I asked that they evaluate the number of stop signs and stop signals that have to be on all day and all night. The queues of those are out of sync. They can eliminate, I know, 1 or 2 stop signs, if not 1 or 2 stoplights, and then, or put all the other lights on the east, west, south, north, yellow light blinking after 8 o'clock at night till 5 o'clock in the morning with yellow and red light blinking. And this was brought up with the city councilman too, with Mayor Murphy or Vice Mayor Murphy, and he said he would ask TAPS about that. And we asked TAPS about that, but no one wants to address it or reply.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Okay, any other speakers?
No, there are no more public comments.
Okay. I wanted to address two of the items, and then I'll turn it over to you folks. There was a question about cooling centers. The city has opened up the senior center for a cooling center during times where the temperature is elevated for more than 2 days. There's a whole protocol in which we do that. I did visit last summer during one of those times and did talk to Jeremy, who came in on a Sunday to man that, and there was only one visitor the whole time, but it's still open. During elevated times, the Office of Emergency Services does communicate with the different cities to find out where their cooling centers will be during those heat events. So, that does happen. And then there was a question about finding out vulnerable populations so that during heat waves, we can find out, who needs transportation. And the Office of Emergency Services, when there's a public emergency, the Public Health Department works with PG&E to get the list of vulnerable populations, and they do communication. They reach out to the communication. They don't share that list with other jurisdictions, but they themselves do the messaging. So those are things I wanted to address. And there was a long list. I hope you took notes.
We did take notes. Yeah, I'll start off with the direct carbon storage question, and there's no greenhouse gas reduction associated with it. Direct carbon storage is an emerging technology that's accessible in some areas and not in others. This measure points to exploring that opportunity so that if it is available and there's ways to do it, that this community participate with it. So since we don't know if it's available and how it can be done, we couldn't attribute any reduction to it. Deep green rates through MCE and opting into that was not, the cost of that was not evaluated. That wasn't part of the scope of work. That's a standalone analysis that needs to be done together with MCE to figure out what the cost is and then to identify pathways to make that equitable and accessible amongst the community. So that's a follow-on task that's called out in the actions. Biodiesel. Okay.
So the question regarding biodiesel, that section of that action is a part of the council's action on the gas station moratorium. That particular section has the city exploring alternative options to enhance to incentivize existing stations to transition over to zero emission vehicle or alternative fuels, essentially. Existing in our municipal code right now, it talks about biodiesel. So that language comes directly from our existing municipal code, and the action has us look at that existing policy and say, what do we need to change about it? So I think that question will be addressed when we go through that process. And then I can also address the question about the CapDash link. We're going to put that on Pinole Speaks, where we're getting engagement for the climate action plan. So we can put that link so the community can see exactly right now the emissions inventory that we have for our baseline emissions, and then in the future, community will be able to see our progress.
And then the last piece was a number of questions in regard to phasing and the times that they were going to be implemented. It doesn't feel that it's appropriate to try to get everything done at once if it's not going to be able to be done. So the attempt was to establish a schedule of things that could get done, and then as a backup mechanism to continue to track and adjust the climate action plan as necessary. And so it has a built-in mechanism to be able to do that. So you track what progress you've been made, and if you have capacity to do more things, you can bring them in, or if there's things that seem to be a hurdle now, they can be put off and switched out with other items. But that mechanism is there intentionally.
Okay, thank you.
So, just have a quick
yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to, there's a couple of examples here that you all have in the climate action and adaptation plan, perhaps of feasibility studies and studies that we've been working on. So I'm assuming that those things will be renewed. So for example, you mentioned the municipal broadband feasibility study. It says once the progress is done, I think that study is done. So we should be expecting a completely new, well, not completely new, but like a new action plan at the next meeting, or the next meeting this comes up. Is that how that's going to work?
We can definitely make, for those, basically when we started to write this, we wanted to capture everything that was getting
okay.
done. But yeah, we can totally update that to either reflect that it's been complete or kind of the next step. And I did want to add one additional comment about the C2-2. One of the reasons we also didn't quantify was because we didn't have the number of trees. And so that was that one I think was a specific question about trees that I just wanted to mention. And then there was one other question about phasing, specifically for an action. And I think we can change a word. Just you got me on the word language is we say 4 phases, which are not in line with the climate action phases. It's just 4 separate phases. And that was a question earlier. So we'll change that language as well.
Okay, gotcha. And then my other question was, love the idea of open source data that is just data that we're able, in our community is able to see in real time how we're progressing. What I'm hearing from you is that the tool you all are, that we're paying for, but that you all are providing is a tool to engage the public in assessing our greenhouse gas emissions. But is that a tool to track progress of this as well?
That's part of this. Okay, sorry about that. I wasn't sure why I wasn't coming through, but that's exactly part of it. We'll do a training that was in the scope of work, provide logins for city staff, show how to use it, record the video. And so that's something that going forward, we can absolutely help populate, but our goal is to make sure it's as easy as possible for the city to do and really streamlined. So it could be updated, annually by the city.
Great. Really excited to provide feedback on that and see how that works. One of the interests I have is that this is a very dense document, beautifully written and beautifully laid out. I would love to see, especially as a visual person, would love to see Gantt charts, would love to see some of the you talk about the pillars, love to see diagrams that overlap in certain, even if I can click on one of the proposals and then I see all of the pillars it connects to, that actually is a little bit more interactive education for our community as opposed to a long plan. This is great, don't get me wrong, but I would love to see how we can, and if we can't do it with you, I would love to see how our community development team can work with our communications team to integrate some of those they're more educational strategies. Even once this is passed, I still want to kind of make sure we're working with with our departments and our public on finding new ways to kind of get this information out to them. Yes, the tracking is important, and also I think some people are still going to have questions about what is a climate resilience district, because I have questions about what that looks like. But that sounds cool, and it sounds very interesting. So thank you again. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? They're looking for direction, and I think we've had outlined what the next steps are. We will see this come back to us in June or July with the CEQA documentation. Anything in the interim that you want to give them direction on? Okay, I think this is great. I look forward to, seeing what kind of comments come in from the public while, this is still open until May 20th. And then you'll make modifications if necessary, and the final will come back to us for adoption. So thank you for all the hard work. Yeah. Let me get back to the agenda. Okay, that was new business. We have our second round of citizens to be heard. Are there any? Okay, seeing none, we will adjourn the regular city council meeting of May 21st in remembrance of Amber Schwartz, and we're going to adjourn to a special council meeting. So I'll adjourn the regular meeting and then adjourn to the special council meeting of May 7th. And again, call to order. I think we're going to dispense of the pledge. We've done that already. And roll call, just for the record, it's the same roll call we had before. Citizens to be heard. This is item number 3 on the special agenda. Do we have any citizens to be heard?
No, not on citizens to be heard.
Okay, then we'll move on to item number 4, which is a public hearing. And the item is the urgency ordinance extending the temporary moratorium on the establishment of new service stations or expansion of existing service stations, and the action is to adopt an urgency ordinance per staff recommendation. We have Lily and Alex Mogg to speak to us, and this is a public hearing, so do you have a staff report?
I have a very brief oral staff report. Thank you. Very briefly, on April 2nd, the council took action to adopt an urgency ordinance that would prohibit new gas stations in the city and the expansion of existing gas stations in the city. The urgency ordinance is in effect for 45 days. But may be extended by the City Council for an additional 22 months and 15 days. During that time, staff would work on studying and the issue and proposing permanent changes to the zoning code that would prohibit new gas stations as a part of the city's effort to facilitate transition to zero emissions vehicle and combat the effects of climate change. So extension of the ordinance requires a 4/5 vote of council, and if adopted, it would go into effect immediately and be in place for 22 months and 15 days. And you have an action in your draft climate action and adaptation plan that would have staff work on that ordinance. And that's all I have for you this evening. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions of staff? Seeing no questions, we'll open the public hearing, and citizens wishing to speak regarding the public hearing items should fill out a speaker card or raise their hand on Zoom. And with that, we have a speaker.
Raphael Menace.
Indeed. Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staffers, and the public. My name is Raphael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I'll be very brief here. Speaking purely as a private citizen, I am strongly in favor of this item. I believe that the city needs more time to complete drafting a proper ordinance and the various necessary general plan amendments and so on and so forth. That will be needed to implement it. I think that what everyone has heard earlier tonight about the draft climate action and adaptation plan should make it abundantly clear to everyone the necessity of this ordinance, why it's important to immediately and continue to block the expansion of further gas stations in Pinole, because we're in a crisis. We've already been feeling the impacts of that crisis. It's going to get a lot worse unless we do something, and this is something we can do right now that has an immediate impact and that stops things from getting worse. So I urge the council to continue the urgency ordinance and in the future to adopt a proper ordinance to resolve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
There are no more public comments.
Okay, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Are there any comments or motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn the special meeting in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. So.